kilogram class to the men's over 120 kilogram category. The squat is a multi-joint movement engaging the quadriceps, glutes, hips and hamstrings. The upper body carries the bar. American Jesus Olivares, weighing 186 kilograms, lifts 2.5 times his weight in a squat, which is 478 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of a show-jumping horse. Frenchwoman Jade Jacob lifts 188 kilograms, over 3 times her weight of 57 kilograms, which means she could lift a racing motorbike on her shoulders. With the feet stabilizing the upper body on the bench press is like a loaded push-up on your back, targeting shoulders, triceps, pectoralis major and anterior deltoids. In the lightest category, the women's under 47 kilograms, British woman Bobby Butters lifts 100 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of 16 racing bikes. American Jonathan Keiko, in the under 93 kilogram category, lifts 245 kilograms, 2.5 times his own weight, or the equivalent of the weight of a piano. The deadlift targets the abdominal, back and leg muscles, with the hips, quadriceps, hamstrings and adductors, especially in the sumo deadlift. Polish powerlifter Agata Sitko achieved the best performance of all time in the under 69 kilograms category by lifting 248 kilograms, which is 3.6 times her own weight, the equivalent of a pack of 3 rugby sevens players. In the men's under 74 kilogram category, New Zealander Timothy Monegatti deadlifts 331 kilograms, which is 4.5 times his weight, and the equivalent of 36 water packs. American Jesus Olivares lifts a total of 1,152.5 kilograms in his 3 lifts, equivalent to a Le Mans 24-hour car. Powerlifting is an individual sport that is worked on in a community, the quintessential sport of self-improvement and becoming the best version of yourself.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 IPF World Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. I'm Amelia Potter and joined once again by GB coach for some helpful insights here from a coaching perspective, Ben Davies.
Morning again, Amelia. Thank you very much for having me.
And we are in for a very exciting morning. We have the Junior 105s. It is a flight of 32, so that will be split into 3 groups. Up first we'll have the C group, followed by B and then A, but plenty of good lifting to come. Notable names at the top fighting for the title. We have reigning junior world champion Regan Stegakis and just moved up from the 93s reigning champion Nathaniel Messiah. So it'll be exciting to see how they handle the day and they fight up against each other. First out, we have Benjamin Elderman from USVI, 220 kilos.
Yeah, and as we get into these squats, we're hoping an uneventful opening squats here. For Group C, obviously things the referees will be looking at predominantly on openers is obviously paying attention to the rack command, the commands themselves, and depth, and all the other technical aspects that come with it. But let's see how this flight goes on. Hopefully, openers will become uneventful.
That's a comfortable looking opening attempt to start the day, and it is a good lift. Yao Shula from Brazil Opening on 240 kilos. A little tough for an open there, just slowed down in the middle, but it is a good lift, and I think he's aware, maybe with a little bit of comp day nerves, oversunk it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen it a number of times throughout the week, Amelia, and it's no different, right? People come out, first lift nerves, you know, for whatever reason, the bar doesn't move quite as nicely as they would have hoped, but 3 white lights and a good lift nonetheless.
Abdullah Altubaik from Kuwait, doing 240 kilos. Yeah, and that's really comfortable. You can tell that he has plenty left in the tank. Build into that second, build into that third. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously very confident coming out, and that's exactly how we expect an opener to move.
Alva Helgeson from Iceland, 245 kilos for his opening attempt. Last year as a junior, this year.
Yeah, very nice opening attempt there from Iceland.
And a good lift, 3 white lights. Davila Peter from Puerto Rico, 250 kilos, opening 10 kilos below his personal best. Moves really well for 10 kilos below his best, and he's only been competing for a year, so I imagine making some quick improvements and a high rate of progression.
Yeah, it's good rate of progression here, and actually it's really nice to see some of the bigger boys really sinking the depth down. Obviously some harsh, but fair with the little depth calls this last few sessions, and good to see everyone getting on the board.
Luis Franco Solana Ballestia from Costa Rica, opening 10 kilos below his personal best as well here with 250. Had some trouble with the sub-junior 105s from Costa Rica, so let's hope that the juniors have a little better time today.
Yeah, 2-1, red card on this right-hand side.
We'll see the replay from the side that gets the white. I completely understand where the red had come from. I think if we have a look at the replay, should look a bit better from there.
Yeah, let's see what the jury say. Not much room for error. He can't be going any higher than that as we progress through.
No, I absolutely agree. And the jury are going to leave it, and it definitely shouldn't be higher. I think if it was 2 reds, he might have had the same fate where the jury didn't intervene. But he's on the board. Henrik Veigar Henriksson from Iceland, 255 kilos. A large portion of this C group aging out this year. Henrik's final year as a junior.
Yeah, very rapid in and out the hole there. Let's see what the referee's saying. Yes, 3 white lights. That is a good lift from Iceland.
Bar loaded.
Alexander Calvo from Mexico, opening at 255 kilos. 15 kilos below his personal best.
Moved fairly slow, but looked good. And 3 white lights from the referees. Yeah, looking at the replay here, he's very slow and steady into the hole. But again, that slightly wider stance, we do see that often, so not expecting any issues there from the Mexican. Good squat.
Bars loaded for Brazil.
Vincio de Oliveira from Brazil, 257.5 kilos. Already very close to his personal best, 265 here with his opening attempt. 21 years old, so still has a couple years left in the junior category.
Very quick in and out the hole there. See what the referees say. And 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
Benjamin Edelman, get ready. Bar loaded.
Benicio Caballero from Uruguay, 265 kilos, opening 5 kilos below his personal best, and just 19 years old, so fresh out of the sub-junior category.
Yeah, a lovely opening squat there.
And 3 white lights, very, very speedy. And that is the final opening attempt of this flight. And maybe even the easiest as well from the youngest athlete. As we spoke about before, the rate of progression very quick for juniors, especially those straight out the sub-juniors, pretty new to the sport. And as I mentioned, all 10 of the C flight on the board now push into their second and third, try to build up their total. Head into the second round now, and Benjamin Edelman from the USVI coming out for 235, 15 kilo jump from his opener, 10 kilos off his personal best.
Stands it up. Let's see what the referees say.
2 to 1, a good lift. He does get a depth call from the left side referee, which will catch that in the replay. Perhaps why you were a little hesitant there.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you don't want to call the referees out. Obviously, they do have the best seat in the house. Definitely no room for error, though, going forward there.
Yeah, and the same story with the jury. They said, you know, it was on the line, so they're looking to leave it this time. Yao Shula from Brazil taking a 10 kilo jump to 250 for his second attempt.
Drives it through and stands it up. The referees say 3 bright lights. That is a good lift. Not much room to jump it into his third, but obviously still a few kilos there to play with, but that was not the easiest second lift.
Yeah, and different countries certainly go for different strategies. Some do like to hit near that top end in their second and just edge it up from there. So perhaps what Team Brazil are trying to do today. Abdullah Altubaik from Kuwait taking a 15 kilo jump to 255. Opener was very, very comfortable. One of the 2 easier openers we saw in that opening round.
Yeah, a solid second there. Referees, 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Yeah, looking here at the replay, bar definitely offers some more resistance than the opener, but still moving very nicely for a second lift.
Alvar Helgason from Iceland taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 257.5 for his second attempt, landing him just 2.5 kilos below his squat personal best. Very solid looking second attempt and a good lift, 3 white lights. I think definitely on route to hit a personal best potentially on his third.
Yeah, absolutely. Bar moved pretty much no differently to his open. Obviously just a very nice, steady, solid squatter here. So let's see what he's able to achieve on his third.
Fabula Pita from Puerto Rico taking a 15 kilo jump from 250 kilos to 265. This already would be a 5 kilo personal best for Peter. Should he make this? And maybe 15 kilos a bit too much of a jump. We'll have a look again in the replay and see if there's anything he can correct. We do see in some cases that does happen, but I do worry that it could have been a strength issue there, Ben.
Yeah, look, it absolutely could be. We'll see what happens on his third. You see him rock back onto his heels, so I'm hoping it's technical for him. He just lost his balance, but we will see. He'll get one more attempt at that on his third and final go.
Luis Franco Solana Ballestio from Costa Rica taking a 15-kilo jump here to 265. Also looking for a 5-kilo personal best on his squat. And it's tough, but he manages to fight it up. And it is a good lift, 3 white lights. The question now is, where do you go from there?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think there's an element here of he's going to have that conversation with his coach about strength versus, you know, he did rock back on his heels here. We see that on the replay. I think 5 at max, 2 is probably safe, 2.5 is probably safe.
Yeah, and he did indicate that to his coach as he came off that, you know, there was an issue and he's aware there's 267.5 kilos for Henrik Veigar Henriksson from Iceland. 12.5 kilo jump. Edging closer to that personal best of 275.
Yeah, he raises the bar there.
And 2 to 1, a good lift. He does get a depth call from the center referee, but usually, and I say that hesitantly because I have been wrong before, usually if you have whites from either side, you're in a pretty strong position as they can see depth a little bit easier from that position.
Yeah, the replay looked good to me, and I think it stands with the jury.
Alexander Calvo from Mexico, jumping 12.5 kilos to 267.5. Just 2.5 kilos shy of his personal best.
Yeah, he drives it through nicely. You saw the weight shift there back onto his heels, but he managed to get it back forward, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Yeah, I mean, look, it's big weight on the bar. We've seen a few athletes lose the weight into their heels, but he's managed to control it and stand the bar up nicely there.
Vinicius de Oliveira from Brazil, 270 kilos. This will be a 5-kilo personal best. He is to make this our penultimate second attempt.
Actually, a very nice second squat there from the Brazilian. Moved better than his opener. And 3 white lights from the referee.
Our final second attempt before we head through to the third round of this first of 3 groups. Benicio Caballero from Uruguay taking a 20-kilo jump to 285, the biggest jump of the group, but he also had the most comfortable opener of the group. Be a 15-kilo personal best for him. The strongest lifter of this first group, the youngest as well.
Very fast in and out there. Let's see what the referee sees. And 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
And come straight into the juniors, and regardless of which flight you're on, put progress on like that, leading the flight in strength for squats. It's very impressive.
Yeah, and he's got a lot more to give, so let's see what his coaches put on the bar for his third and final attempt.
And as you can see, the results as they stand right now, the subjected change in terms of order as we see the B and A group come through, but we head into the final round of squats for this C group. Benjamin Edelman from USVI, 247.5, looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best.
Yeah, that was a grind for his third and final squat, and I did fear it as he came out the hole. Unfortunately, no lift, 3 red lights there, depth across the board. You look at the replay, it's just unfortunately not to depth standards here.
Yeah, and he was getting reds on his other attempts, and I think as it's a weight you've never had on your back before, we see athletes often get a little bit more nervous and cut depth in that instance. Shuela from Brazil now, 257.5, a 7.5 kilo jump. This would be a match personal best for Yao.
Moving, it is moving. No, not today.
It's a great effort, but just wasn't quite there.
No, he kept that bar moving so well, but as soon as the bar stops, it's really hard to keep it going or get it going again. But a valiant effort there.
5 attempts to change the openers up.
Yeah, and you just can't be stronger than you are on the day, but he really emptied the tank, put it all out there. Davila Pita from Puerto Rico looking to retake 265, and we were a little worried it was a strength issue. He did really struggle with the 15 kilo jump. It would be a 5 kilo personal best, but he's coming back out for this final attempt to put everything into it and try to gain 15 extra kilos in his total and a 5 kilo personal best here on squat.
Yeah, I think if he can keep his weight centre, sort of centre midfoot, and not rock back on his heels like he did. He did fall back on his second. Let's see how he does on this third and final attempt.
Yeah, wow, a much better effort this time round, and unfortunately, I was a little worried. I hope the coach goes to the jury, but we relook at the replay, and he gets blues for downwards movement of the bar. So have a look here if we can catch that.
It is a great fight. It does look like there is some there, but let's see what the jury say. Obviously, they have the final call.
Alvar Helgason from Iceland, looking for a 5 kilo personal best here, 265. 7.5 kilo jump in the second. And it will remain a no lift for Peter.
Not today. Yeah, he hit the hole, made it a few inches out, but failed quickly, so hopefully not burnt too much energy for the rest of his competition.
Abdullah Atibaik from Kuwait, taking a 10 kilo jump to 265, looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best. Squats have been moving well so far. Let's see if he can't pick up a personal best here on the world stage.
Yeah, moved very nice for third attempt. And 3 white lights. That is a good lift from the Kuwaiti. Yeah, he's had a very solid squat session. And we'll see on this third attempt replay. Bart does offer him some resistance on this lift, but nonetheless, he drives it through very nicely.
Yeah, and we certainly see tougher third attempts than that. Alexander Calvo from Mexico, taking 2.5 kilo jump here to match his personal best. So certainly feeling like he's at his top end strength with that second attempt, looking to see if he can match his personal best here. Seeing that 2.5 kilo jump on squats tells me that if he does get this up, it's going to be one big fight.
Yeah, he's pushing through very nicely, stands it up. Gets the rack command. Let's see what the referees say. And 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
And certainly the right decision as well. He matches his personal best, but I think just would have been too much to go any more than that. So really great job from him in terms of execution, and great job from the coaching team for choosing that.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to take what you've got on the day, right? This is the biggest stage for these guys in the world, and PBs don't come easily.
Absolutely, and you know the open category only gets more competitive, so we do see a lot of juniors as they leave the junior years not come back to the open for quite a while as a result. So it's important to push yourself when you're here at the Junior World Championships. And doing so, Henrik Weiger Henriksen is looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best on his final attempt here, 277.5 on the bar.
Yeah, big strong setup, hits the hole, stands it up, and 3 white lights from the referee. Great squat there from the Icelandic.
Three squats remaining in this first flight before we head through to the middle group of 3. De Oliveira from Brazil, 7.5 kilo jump here, looking for a further 7.5 kilo personal best on his squat.
Hit the hole quite hard there and just wasn't enough to get him out.
Yeah, he did. You'll see that in the replay here. He gets to the bottom position of the squat very aggressively, and as a result loses some tension, loses position, and just struggles. What we normally see from this squat technique is exactly that. You get some momentum out the hole, but it slows down very quickly. 15 kilo jump for Luis Franco Solana Valestio from Costa Rica. Big jump here. Already hit a personal best in the second. Now looking for 15 extra kilos. It's a very ambitious jump. He's only 20 years old, so the rate of progression, as we said, could be that high. And I hope it is.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a big jump. His team obviously think it's worth the risk, so let's see. too heavy today. It did look ambitious from the attempt selection after his second. But you say his coaching team and him know his strength, but no, not today.
Yeah, just too much of a jump. If that's a number you want to end up on, perhaps worth looking at the different jumps you could make. But still, 6 lifts left to go of the competition for him. And our final squat of this flight, a 15-kilo jump now for Caballero from Uruguay, and 300 kilos on the bar, a huge milestone. And the 20-kilo jump he made from his first to second really barely slowed him down. So let's be a more fair choice for a 15-kilo jump, I would certainly say.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, many factors for the coach and lift to consider, and I think this is a plausible attempt here from the Uruguayan.
Wow, and still with kilos left to spare. That is a good lift.
Yeah.
3 white lights, and a huge milestone to hit on the world stage, 300 kilos.
Yeah, he's had a great squat day here, and you look at the replay, perfectly executed, comes out the hole, doesn't lose tension or positioning, and drives it through. Very well deserved 300 kg squat there.
And I think a very bright future ahead of the 19-year-old there. And that concludes the first flight of 3 for the junior 105s. You can see Caballero leading with that 300. We're going to move straight into the second round of 105s. The medals won't be determined until we've seen all 3 flights. Squats. Occasionally we do see somebody snap up a medal from one of the B or C group. A little more rare as they have to go in a little bit blind, but we'll see how far these athletes can push themselves. Alexander Chmelo from Slovakia, 245 on the bar.
Yeah, very fast in and out the hole there on his opening squat, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
3 white lights, good lift. Keep moving, get ready. Far loaded.
Samuel Andrew O'Hare from Singapore, 245 kilos on the bar for his opening attempt. This is last year as a junior, but it's his first year competing, so I imagine we'll see some big jumps for him should this move well. Singaporean lifters obviously have had quite a way to come.
Yeah, they really have. And I think every year that I've been in the sport, we see more and more lifters from Singapore turn up at both this championships and the Open Championships. A real following now of powerlifting in Singapore. And a lovely opening squat.
Yeah, very comfortable and plenty of room to go into that third and second.
250. Females to Carson, get ready. Bar loaded.
Rick Bruin from the Netherlands, 250 kilos on the bar, 25 kilos below his personal best.
Yeah, lovely opening squat there. And 3 white lights for the Dutch.
255 for females to Carson, Island. Margaret Osorio, get ready. Bar loaded.
Emils Jacobsen from Ireland, 255 kilos on the bar. Very comfortable opening there for Jakobsens.
Yeah, a really lovely squat there, in and out the hole, held position nicely, and plenty of room to grow into the second and third.
Alexander Osorio, 260. Phoenix Thompson, get ready.
Andres Landon Osorio from Chile, opening on 260 kilos. The clock is running down on the platform, and he needs to get that squat command before the time runs out. He's still got 40 seconds left to do so, but coming on very calm, very relaxed. And with plenty of time to spare, gets the command.
Yeah, moves in out the hole very nicely. Let's see what the referees say. And 3 white lights, good lift.
Phoenix Thompson, 260. Come on, get ready. All loaded.
Phoenix Whelan Thompson from Ireland, 260 kilos for his opening attempt. Very strong looking opening attempt. You can see how much power he has at that bottom position.
Yeah, absolutely. As he came out the hole, the bar just accelerated through to the top. Very nice squat there from the Irish lifter.
Tate Commander from Canada, opening at 260 kilos. Very smooth looking opening attempt for Commander, and it is a good lift, 3 white lights. Brecht Linders from Belgium out now. 270 kilos in the bar.
Very nice opening squat there, in and out the hole very quickly, and that is a 3 white lights, good lift.
275, Jason Rohan, get ready.
Yeah, very comfortable opener. Lautaro Antonuccio from Argentina, opening at 275. Nice controlled squat on the way down there. Helps him feel the weight on his back the entire way, be in control of the bar, and allows him to keep tension in that bottom position.
Yeah, very solid squat there, opening squat there from the Argentinian.
Our penultimate opening attempt in this B group, Mark Jason Galuran from the Philippines, opening at 275 10.5 kilos below his personal best. Because there's a half kilo on top of that, I imagine it would be a junior Filipino record.
Yeah, with the world junior record here standing at 353 kilos, it must be a local record back home, or a national record, sorry.
Yeah, the squat record looking pretty safe for the time being. We'll see what the openers, of course, look like in the A flight. With 6 seconds left, he gets the command.
Solid squat, very different technique to what we've seen there before. Slow at that top portion, jumps into the hole with speed, but executes it very nicely and maintains position as required.
Yeah, you see it a lot in equipped lifters where they're very controlled and stop just before the hole and they dip in and out, and it works very well for him. Tiaki Freeman from New Zealand, 280 kilos in the bar. It's a personal best of 300. You'll see a few lifters now with the tape on their nose. You can see Tiaki wearing here. Just helps opening up their nose, helps with breathing, getting oxygen in a little bit. Seen it a little more the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, look, the technology's out there. It's readily accessible, and it is warm in the holding area out back for the athletes. So,
A lovely smooth opener there for Tiaki.
yeah, it really was. Seen him around the venue over the past few days. I think he's going to bring some great energy to this flight.
Samuel Andrew, Singapore, 260. In room, get ready.
And that concludes the opening attempts. All 11 lifters with a squat in on the board. Let's move around to the second attempts where they can push that higher into thirds. 260 kilos for Samuel Andrew O'Hare from Singapore. 15 kilo jump. Hips shot back a little bit there, but managed to keep moving it at a pretty good speed, which bodes well for his third if he can just make that slight correction.
Yeah, absolutely. So, past speed, still moved very well. He stood it up and put a little resistance. I'm sure with some technical changes, he will be absolutely fine in his third and final attempt.
Rick Brun from the Netherlands, 262.5 kilos. 12.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Yeah, pushes through nicely. Bar obviously offers some resistance there from his opening squat, jumping obviously 12.5 into that second, but still a 3 white light good lift. Yeah, very solid position there at the hole, and with that narrower stance we tend to see lifters being able to grind, so let's see what he can pull out on his third lift.
Alexander Schmelo from Slovakia, taking a 20 kilo jump to 265. This would be a matched personal best for Alexander should he make this. Seeing the 15-20 kilo jump becoming a lot more popular. His coach there just competed yesterday himself, yesterday evening. Certainly is slowed down, but it's a very solid looking second attempt for Schmelo.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, bar offering some resistance there, as expected as we get into seconds. But he held his position perfectly. You can see it here in the replay. Raises the bar, and a good lift.
Emil Jacobsen from Ireland, 270 kilos, taking a 15 kilo jump from his opener.
Yeah, very solid second attempt there from the Irish. Nicely in that hurl, holds his position, and 3 white lights, good lift.
Followed by his teammate now, Phoenix Whelan-Thompson from Ireland, jumping 12.5 kilos to 272.5 here in his second attempt.
It stands up very nicely there, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift with plenty of kilos to play to jump into his third and final attempt.
Yeah, same as before, very, very powerful squatter. A lot of brute force there. Andres Landon Osorio from Chile, taking a 15 kilo jump to 275 for a second attempt. 7.5 kilos off his personal best. So let's see if he can pace himself to match it or even surpass it on his third. Yeah, it looked pretty good. It is a good lift, and he even smiled from the unrack. So a lot of the time lifters can tell from that unrack on squat and on bench how the weight feels in their hands or on their back, and gives them a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. A great unrack provides great confidence as you go into that squat.
Tate Commandeur from Canada, taking a 15 kilo jump here to 275.
Yeah, pushes through very nicely there, and 3 white lights, good lift from the Canadian.
Yeah, and you can see in the replay there's absolutely no breakdown of form, very little resistance from the bar. So I expect to see a decent sized jump there to his third.
The bar is loaded.
Mark Jason Galuran from the Philippines, taking a 10 kilo jump now, 285, just half a kilo below his personal best. Very similar technique as we'd expect to see from his first to his second, and moved at a very similar speed as a result
Yeah, it really did. And looking in at the replay, you can see that technique more akin to equip lifting, really working well from here in the classic though.
Brack Linders from Belgium taking a 15 kilo jump to 285. Already this would be a 2.5 kilo personal best. Speed certainly looks good. Let's look at the lights.
Yeah, and 3 white lines, good lift there.
290 for the barrel initial. Argentina. Tiaki Freeman, get ready. Bar loaded.
Lautaro Antonucci from Argentina. 290 kilos on the bar, a 15 kilo jump, landing him just 5 kilos below his personal best here on his second attempt should he make this. That is a good lift, 3 white lights. Seeing a great round of second attempts here. Really good execution from the lifters and really good attempt selection from the coaches so far.
Bar loaded.
And our final second attempt, Tiaki Freeman from New Zealand. 295 kilos, a 15 kilo jump and just 5 kilos below Tiaki's personal best of 300. Still plenty left in the tank there, Freeman.
Yeah, absolutely, giving him itself a really good chance here of loading something big on his third and final attempt. And clean sweep across the board, all greens.
Yeah, and not only that, Tiaki could also put himself in a position for a top 10 finish overall with the way that he's building that total. So we'll see how he pushes that as we see the final attempts on squats in this B group and the A group to follow. As you said, everybody with successful lifts so far. We are going to see them push the limits here in this third round. However, Rick Brun from the Netherlands, 267.5, 5 kilo jump. I think a good decision here from Team Netherlands.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, building every kilo onto that subtotal, all important.
And yeah, I think the second was just near that top end. And it seemed like he failed it quite quickly, so perhaps knew that he couldn't put a fight in, knew he didn't have quite the grind on him. That's something that comes with a lot of experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, there is absolute merit in, as you say, Amelia, failing quick and saving energy for later on in the competition.
Alexander Chmelo from Slovakia, 272.5 kilos. Looking for another personal best here, 7.5 kilos. Just couldn't get out of the hole. I think he hit it pretty hard there and just maybe too much of a jump for the lifter.
Yeah, I see the replay there. Unfortunately, just not just with him today.
Samuel Andrew here from Singapore, 272.5 kilos, 12.5 kilo jump, looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best on his third, which a lot of these lifters will be chasing. You can see in these third attempts the anxiety and nerves of the lifters probably building a little bit more as they touch weights that they never have before.
Yeah, very solid third squat there.
Very well executed, and it is a good lift. 3 white lights.
Details check out from Island 275. Stephen Johnson, get ready.
Yeah, doesn't let the bar bully him whatsoever, and corrected the hip shooting back from the second and managed to pick up that personal best.
Bar loaded.
Emil Jacobsen from Ireland, 275 on the bar, 5 kilo jump from his second. Still below his personal best of 288.5, but the aim isn't just to hit PBs, it's to get as many kilos as you can from the day, and you have to adjust to the prep you've had and the day you're having. Yeah, and that was the perfect number for Jacobsen.
Yeah, it really was. And it takes a lot of professionalism from both coaching team and athlete not to chase a number on the bar and take what you've got on the day. So a really good squat there from the Irish.
Change the operators of the A group. This is William Thompson, Zoom 80. Take some other, get ready. Bar loaded for William Thompson.
Phoenix Whelan Thompson from Ireland out now for 280 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump from his second. Again, making the option to take what there is on the day rather than pushing too much. Build it as big a total as possible. Again, another very well executed final attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you pointed the power that he generates out the hole. Starts off slow, and then once that bar starts to accelerate, all the way to the top. Good lift there from the Irish.
Take on Canada, 285.
Yeah, and of course he has good technique, but you can just tell how much of that is pure power and pure strength. $285 kilos loaded on the bar for Tate Commandeur from Canada. 10 kilo jump.
Yeah, he drives it through nicely, stands it up.
And it is a good lift, 3 white lights.
2 more sets, change your operators of the A group. 290 for Andres Lopez Osorio. It will be a 7.5 kg personal best. Right cylinders, get ready. Bar loaded.
5 squats remaining in this B group before we head through to the A flight. Andres Landon Osorio from Chile, 290 kilos, 15 kilo jump. This will be a 7.5 kilo personal best for Landon Osorio should he get this.
Unfortunately not today, the hips drop back, the chest drops, and unfortunately with that weight on the bar you are not recovering that weight.
Final attempt, change the operators of the A group. First, leaders, Belgium, 290.
And these are all lessons to take forward into new competitions, especially a lot of these athletes It'll be their first international. Brecht Linders from Belgium, 292.5 on the bar, 7.5 kilo jump, looking for a further 7.5 kilo personal best.
Yeah, drives it through very nicely. And 2-1, red light there on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I guess a depth call from the side we can see here in the replay, but it's a very well executed final attempt, and he should be just fine with that. Jury seem happy. Mark Jason Galiran from the Philippines out now. Actually, interestingly enough, weighed in at 93.05, so I imagine had to have a hearty breakfast to get into the weight class today. 295 on the bar, 10 kilo jump for a 9.5 kilo personal best. And sometimes it's not about hyping yourself up, but calming yourself down when the nerves rise, and so does the pressure for a weight that you've never lifted before. Again, so well executed.
Yeah, really well. It's been really interesting to see him utilise that technique, and the bar pretty much moving the same on each and every attempt. That third attempt showing a little bit of resistance, but very well executed there.
This would be a 7.5 kilo personal best. Tiaki Freeman, get ready.
Lautaro Antonuccio from Argentina coming out for his final attempt. A 12.5 kilo jump, 302.5 on the bar. This is a huge milestone to cross over on the international platform. Over 300 kilos on his back.
Yeah, very nicely in and out the hole there, stands it up, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
Second point for Tiaki Freeman, New Zealand. 302.502 kg personal best.
And our final squat of this B group before we head through to the A flight. Tiaki Freeman from New Zealand, 302.5 kilos on the bar, looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best on his final squat. Has been lifting excellently today so far. And really looking to put up a total that might challenge some of those in the A flight.
Yeah, he drives it through and stands it up.
And that is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, he's brought really good energy to this squat flight, and at only 21 years old, very promising to start breaking into the A flight, no doubt in the next year, if not 2.
And that concludes the B flight. Antonuccio leading with Freeman behind just on body weight. Galiran currently sat in bronze. This is subject to change as we have the A flight coming through now with some big opening attempts, and as we see the ranks move around now, those will be the final positions for squat. And you can see here briefly there the start list, but we have coming up openers all the way up until 310 kilos for Regens Dagakis from Denmark, the favorite to win, currently has the crown on his head. We head through to opening attempts. Carson Wolf from Australia, opening on 255 kilos.
Yeah, moving nicely there from the Australian for his opening attempt.
3 white lights, a good lift.
And a good lift, 3 white lights.
75 for Bastian Nicolas Chile. Peter Mendy, get ready. Bar loaded.
Bastian Nicolas Arevalo Peña from Chile, opening on 275 kilos. Strong looking opening attempt from Chile.
Yeah, very nice 3 white lights there from the referees.
Great Britain.
And plenty of room for the Chilean to build through this flight.
And looking on the prognosis for this A flight, as it stands right now, there's pretty big gap between first, second, third and fourth, but we know especially in the 105s with the jumps they make that any mistake can change that. And let's see how that goes. Peter Mendy from Great Britain now, who's forecasted currently with openers in fourth. Let's see how he can push that over the day, opening on 275 kilos. A lovely smooth opener for Mendy.
Yeah, really good squat there. Bar moved as though the weight on it offered no resistance.
And he had me worried for a microsecond there because he almost paused it in the hole, but the speed it came up at.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure, a little bit of opening squat nerves there that we are now well beyond.
Yannick Kairein from Germany, 282.5 kilos for his opening attempt.
Yeah, very powerful out of that hold.
3 white lights, a good lift. And we expect nothing else from the A flight. You know, they're here because of their experience, because of their totals, and therefore you'd hope to see openers like that that are comfortable, that they can push not just themselves, but hopefully others as well into their second and third. Joaquin Barrios from Uruguay, opening on 285 kilos.
Yeah, PB for this athlete at 318 kilos, so clearly a national record back home. And the speed of that opener, wow.
3 white lights, a good lift, yeah. Extremely comfortable for him. Andres Castellón de Campo from Spain, coming out for an opener of 290 kilos. he should be well in the fight for squat medals today. And not abnormal to see a Spanish lifter in that fight. Yeah, that's a lovely opening attempt. Very, very comfortable weight on his back. And 2 to 1, a good lift. A depth pull from that right side. We'll see from the angle that he gets the white from and see what you think here.
Yeah, he's probably got not much room for error as we go through, but again, for me, that's a good lift, and is a good lift.
Now, reigning 93 kilo junior world champion, actually crown only taken off of him yesterday, now in the weight class above, weighing in at a full 104.86, fighting for a new weight class. Nathaniel Messiah from Great Britain, 292.5 kilos on the bar. And it's a speedy looking opener for Messiah.
Absolutely. One blue card there in the middle, referee.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that again in the replay and see if we can catch what that's for. He gave the down command, so it wouldn't be for the starting position.
No.
There's a little bit of a wobble at the top for the speed, but I think the jury are A-okay with that.
Absolutely. For me, that's just you know, the speed the bar moved at, bit of bar whip, no issues there.
Martin Brester from Germany, opening 295 kilos. The personal best of 315. Lovely deep squat there for Brester and moved extremely comfortably.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 white lights, good lift there from the German. Yeah, see here on the replay, really solid into the hole and out. Plenty of room to add kilos to his squat as we move through the round.
2 opening attempts remaining. First of which we have Anthony Hill from Australia. He will certainly be fighting for a podium position overall, most likely with Great Britain's Mendy. 295 on the bar for his opening attempt. Again, another extremely good opener and a good lift. 3 white lights.
Final opener, 310 for Denmark.
And it bodes very well that these are the kind of openers we're seeing to build kilos into the second, third attempts, especially for those fighting for overall positions.
Yeah, absolutely, as we would expect from all of these athletes.
Now, reigning champion in the junior 105s, also has been competing at the open level recently. Regan Stagakis from Denmark, the heaviest opener of 310 kilos, has a personal best of 322.5. So let's see the progress that he could have made. Most recently competed at Open Worlds in Germany just a couple of months ago.
very solid opening squat there. Very powerful. We know how he lifts, and we know he's have more kilos on the tank.
2-1, a good lift. He does get a blue from the center referee, similar to Messiah, but I think similar reasoning there, just a bit of shaking, but jury again, a-okay with that. I certainly hope he's a little more careful with his finishing position though, because if it's for that, he doesn't want to be any more bent over. But heading into the second round, all 10 lifters on the board with their openers. Stogakis instantly in that squat gold position. Antonuccio and Freeman from the B group still holding on to silver and bronze for now as we head through to the second round. Carson Wolf from Australia, 272.5 on the bar, 17.5 kilo jump from his opening attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the weights we see on the bar, not uncommon at all to see 17.5 kilo jump, well within these athletes' wheelhouse.
And it's certainly tough, but he does well to keep the bar moving.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, 3 white lights first of all, so good lift from the referees. We'll see it in the replay. You'll see his weight shift backwards there, right onto his heels. He controls it perfectly.
Yeah, and I can't imagine a huge jump to his third, and I wouldn't recommend it either.
No, look, the coaching team can only assess what they've got on the day, so.
290 kilos on the bar for Bastian Nicolas Arevalo Pena from Chile. 15 kilo jump to match his personal best.
Yeah, moving nicely out of the hole there.
And a good lift, 3 white lights, matches his personal best with kilos to spare for that third to extend it.
Absolutely, and looking at the replay here, position and tension perfectly held, driving through. What a great second attempt.
Bar loaded.
Peter Mendy from Great Britain taking a 17.5 kilo jump to his second, 292.5 on the bar, 12.5 kilos off his personal best of 305. 22 years old, so has another year left in the juniors. Let's see how much he can do today to walk away with an overall medal. Wow, and again, took out the pause that he put in on his opener, but the speed exactly the same.
Yeah, very good second squat there, and plenty of kilos to add onto his third and final attempt. The question is, what is that going to be?
I would certainly be comfortable with either a match personal best or looking to extend it slightly, but it depends if he has a grind in him or if it's just quick until it isn't for him. Yannick Kerein from Germany, 297.5 kilos, 15 kilo jump for his opening attempt, 5 kilos below his personal best.
Yeah, very powerful second attempt there, very similar to his opener. Not fast, but very powerful and very solid out of that bottom position. 3 white lights, good lift.
Get ready. Bar loaded.
Joaquin Barrios taking a 15 kilo jump to 300 here on his second attempt. Still 5 athletes to follow him, and we're already 300 kilos and up.
He drives it through, some resistance there in the middle portion, but unfortunately he skipped the rack command.
Yeah, let's have a look at that again on the replay, and now really their decision what to do. I wouldn't go any higher than that. I think that was a limit lift, and it's unfortunate he skipped that command because getting that again is going to be really tough.
Yeah, it really is, not just physically but also mentally.
Andre Castellón de Campo from Spain taking a 20 kilo jump to 310. We'll see these squat rankings jump around quite a bit in the next 15 minutes. For the time being, this will take him into squat gold with 4 lifters yet to take their second attempt. So I'll get back to you on rankings as we hit the third round, but for now, let's see if he can add 20 more kilos to that squat.
Very solid second attempt there, stands it up. And 3 white lights is a good lift from the Spanish.
12.5 for Martin Brest, Germany.
See here in the replay, the bar offering a bit more resistance than his opener, but definitely kilos to follow.
Martin Brester out now from Germany, jumping to 312.5 kilos, 2.5 kilos below his personal best.
Yeah, very powerful second attempt there from the German.
And at 3 white lights, a good lift. Took a little while to gear himself up, but you have a minute, you might as well use it if that is going to be that extra variable that helps you get the lift. Still lovely and deep.
Yeah, absolutely.
312.5 kilos on the bar for Nathaniel Messiah from Great Britain. Already, this would surpass his current personal best of 307.5, so let's see what that extra body weight does in his favor here.
Yeah, absolutely. Solid walkout.
And still moving at a very comfortable speed for Messiah, and 2 to 1, a good lift. Still getting that blue from the center referee.
Yeah, let's see what the jury say. Again, no issue for me. It just is that bar speed coming out the hole, creates a bit of whip. But what a great second attempt there.
And a blue could be an array of things. It could also be the center referee not happy with that finishing position, but jury, again, completely happy with it. Hill out now for 320 kilos. A 25 kilo jump from his opener. Big jump here to move into squat gold for the time being, with Stigakis to follow.
Yeah, with another year in the juniors as well. It's very promising strength from this young Australian.
And that is a big fight, but manages to stand that up. And 25 kilos, a big jump. He manages to get it, a good lift, 3 white lights, but perhaps that 25 kilos is all he has today.
Yeah, it is a big jump, even with the weights that we see on the bar. For me, coaching team should be putting in 2.5 there.
And provisional squat gold. Justin Wolf, get ready.
Now final second attempt before we head through to the third and final round of squats. bar is loaded to 325 kilos for Regan Sagakis from Denmark. 15 kilo jump, and already this would be a 2.5 kilo personal best for Regan. Opener got that blue from the center referee, but just like Messiah, didn't cause him any issues with the jury. Let's see what an extra 15 kilos will do to him now. Got a significant lead on prognosis, looking to keep that as big as possible.
Yeah, and the power out the hole stands it up.
A great second attempt from Sagakis and a good lift, 3 white lights. And he came storming onto the scene last year and definitely can't be a new and up-and-comer anymore with the kind of progress and performances he's been putting up the last year.
No, absolutely not. Great second squat there from the Dane.
And we head into the third and final round of squats. Sagakis leading in squat gold, followed by Hill, and in bronze, Brester on bodyweight ahead of Messiah. Subject to change now as we head into the third and final round of squats. Wolf, 277.5 kilos on the bar, 2.5 shy of his personal best.
No, hit the hole pretty hard there, rocked back on his heels, and not today.
Yeah, and that's just a case of strength. You know, it wasn't necessarily that he rocked back. It just sometimes he's got everything he could have out of that second attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, big weights on the bar, and this is what these guys are here for, right? So they are pushing the absolute limits.
Absolutely. The third attempt often is going to be a case of right on that line, and it shows how much they're pushing each other and themselves. Looking to get 300 kilos now after missing it on his second, Joaquin Barrios from Uruguay. No, and it's just too much today, unfortunately, for Barrios.
Bar loaded. Get ready.
Bastian Nicolas Arevalo Pena from Chile. 10 kilo jump to hit 300 for the first time. A huge milestone squat to hit. Took a 15 kilo jump from first to second. Now a 10 kilo jump to his third for a new personal best and a big milestone.
Drives it through very well. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
He's very proud to be representing his country, and it's amazing to see them here in full support.
7.5 kilo jump, 2.5 kg personal best. Peter Mendy, get ready. Bar loaded.
Yannick Karin from Germany, 305 kilos on the bar for a 2.5 kilo personal best. That's a great fight there from Yannick.
Yeah, it really is. Almost a perfect number on the bar there.
And it's a good lift, 3 white lights.
Peter Mendy, Great Britain, 307.5. 15 kilo jump for 2.5 kg personal best. Andrés Castellón del Campo, get ready.
Every kilo counts here, as Mendy will be looking for that overall bronze. 307.5 kilos. He'll be looking to push this total as high as possible. This is, as we expected, just over his current personal best of 305. 15 kilo jump. Second still extremely smooth. never in doubt.
What
Yeah.
a great third attempt. Really good attempt selection there.
3 white lights, a good lift, and looking extremely strong today. New personal best.
Yeah, and looks like he's absolutely enjoying the day, soaking up the atmosphere as well, which is always great to see.
5 squats remaining, and now the battle for squat podium begins. Andres Castillon de Campo from Spain, 315 kilos for a match personal best. We provisionally put him in squat bronze with 4 lifters to follow. Oh, it is a great fight from Castillon del Campo, and manages to stand it up to his disbelief. Unfortunately, just not deep enough for the Spanish lifter. Cannot be contested, but a valiant effort.
Great Britain, divisional squat silver, and the 10 kg personal best. Martin Bresta, get ready.
Now looking to push as close to Stagakis as possible. Looking for another personal best, and to provisionally move into squat silver, Nathaniel Messiah from Great Britain, 322.5 kilos on the bar, new personal best, a provisional squat medal, and to try and close the gap between himself and Stagakis.
It's
That's a
moving!
great fight.
What a great squat.
And 2 to 1, a good lift, the same as his first and second, so I'll doubt that budge, and really great effort there. Let's have a look at that again. Moves into provisional silver for squats.
Yeah, that is a great squat from Team GB there.
Anthony Hill, get ready. Bar loaded from Martin Bresta.
3 squats remaining, first of which looking to shake up the squat podium. Martin Bresta from Germany, 325 kilos. A 12.5 kilo jump from his second. This will move him into provisional squat gold, and at the very least secure him squat bronze. If he doesn't get this, he lands off of the podium for squats. And really trying to close the gap to push for podium overall as well. Oh, and another fantastic final attempt.
Yeah, drives through really well there. And the referees give 3 white lights, good lift.
Provisional squat goal with 2 more squats to go. Anthony Hill and Regan Stagakis.
Moves into provisional squat gold with Hill and Stagakis to follow.
Bar loaded.
Anthony Hill now from Australia, 325 kilos. The 5 kilo jump, the 320 was extremely tough. Currently not on the podium for squats, but this will provisionally move him into squat gold, with only Stagakis to follow to take that from him potentially. So let's see if he has anything left in him after that monumental grind for 320 kilos.
Absolutely, he's going to need to find another gear here. But if anyone can, these athletes in this A group have it in them.
Wow, but it is great effort, and I think we knew that that second attempt was his limit. I think he knew that as well, but there's no harm in trying, especially when he's fighting for that overall podium position. That means Messiah will walk away with the squat bronze and Hill off of the squat podium. And we have 1 squat remaining, and it's for Regan Stagakis from Denmark. 332.5 kilos on the bar. Already hit a personal best in a second. Looking to extend that here by 7.5 kilos and just make that gap too big of a hill to climb for Messiah. Let's see if he has it in him to move into squat gold ahead of Brester from Germany.
So solid on that walkout.
Oh, and a phenomenal effort from Stigakis, and if anything, a little smoother than his second. 3 white lights, a good lift. The best executed squat so far for him, getting those 3 whites and moving into squat gold. A perfect final attempt for the reigning champion. And that concludes the squats. In squat bronze with 322.5 kilos from Great Britain, Nathaniel Messiah. In squat silver with 325 kilos from Germany, Martin Brester. And in squat gold with 332.5 kilos from Denmark, Regan Stigakis. We're going to head into a 10-minute break now before bench press. We'll catch you there. And welcome back to the 2025 IPF World Junior Powerlifting Championships in San Jose, Costa Rica. We have the Junior 105 CU here. And just a reminder, it is 3 flights, so we have 32 lifters overall. And the first flight we'll see here, the following 10 with openers all the way up until 172.5. And it's not unusual to see potentially some medals from B and C groups. It's definitely more rare, so we'll have to see how well they can do, but I'm sure we'll see a lot of good lifting before we get to that final flight. First out, Yao Shula from Brazil, 132.5.
Benjamin Edelman, get ready.
Yeah, solid opening attempt there from the Brazilian, and 2-1, yellow card on that centre referee.
Yeah, we'll catch that again in the replay. That could be for a number of things. The jury just trying to figure out what that was for specifically. But looks okay to me. Jury seem happy with it. It'll remain a good lift. Benjamin Edelman from the US Virgin Islands, 137.5 on the bar.
Yeah, very solid attempt there from the USVI lifter, and 3 white lights, good lift.
Still Costa Rica, 140. Victor, get ready. All loaded.
Luis Franco Solana Ballestillo from Costa Rica, 140 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, solid opening attempt there. And 3 white lights, good lift.
Puerto Rico, 142.5. And it's an Iceland, get ready. All loaded.
Vila Pita from Puerto Rico, 142.5 kilos. Already opening 2.5 kilos above his personal best. Comfortable looking opener, set up quite far on the bench, but it is a good lift. 3 white lights, just definitely won't want to set up any further. You can get yellow lights for your head being off of the bench, but good start to bench press for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Bench press definitely being the most technical. A lot of variables as well for the referees to keep an eye on.
All loaded.
Henrik Viggo Henriksson from Iceland, opening on his personal best, 150 kilos. Yes, bench with the most commands, 3, and then squat has 2, and deadlift has 1. The most infractions that can be caught out of all of the 3 disciplines. So a lot for the lifter to think about, a lot for the referees looking out for. Hoping to see very little of that in this opening round of bench.
Yeah, very solid opening attempt there from the Icelandic lifter. 3 white lights, good lift.
155 para el cargo. México. Vinicius de Oliveira, get ready. Are loaded.
Alexander Calvo from Mexico coming out for 155 kilos for his opening attempt. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Vinicius de Oliveira, that's 157.5. Vinicius Caballero, get ready. Bar loaded.
De Oliveira from Brazil opening at 157.5, 2.5 kilos below his personal best.
Yeah, very solid opening attempt there from the Brazilian. 2-1, yellow card on the left-hand side.
Vinicius Caballero, Uruguay, 160.
See it here on the replay. Jury are looking in.
Like you said, a lot of things that can go wrong. And actually, all okay. You can see some light coming through under the hamstrings, but the glutes remain down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and the jury has overruled that to a no lift. And I have to say, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I don't have to.
No, absolutely.
But hopefully he can get that on his second. Vinicius Caballero from Uruguay, 160 kilos. Already that is his current personal best, but not for too much longer.
Offering very little resistance there.
After that, to bike, so wait, 170. And then get ready.
Our penultimate opening attempt in this flight, belonging to Abdullah Atibaik from Kuwait, opening 2.5 kilos above his personal best of 170. Already extended his squat PB by quite some way, and by the look of his opener, should it move well, looking to do it here as also is the case. Three white lights, a good lift. They new personal best. Our final opening attempt in this C group belongs to Alvar Helgason from Iceland. 172.5 kilos on the bar. 7.5 kilos below his personal best.
Yeah, very nice opening attempt there, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift from the Icelandic.
Point 37.5 for Joel Schneller, Brazil. Taking element, get ready. After the first one, we are only missing the Olivier on the board. Powerlifting.
And we head into the second round now. As we mentioned, only the Oliveira off the board, jury overruling for a glute lifting off the bench, but let's hope we can get this in the second round as we head through. Yao Schuler from Brazil, 137.5, 5 kilo jump from his opener. Clock is running down to get that command just in time. But that is a tough second attempt, and the left arm is really struggling. Yeah, and that is tough. Perhaps just felt a little bit rushed.
Yeah, that, or, you know, we said before, the margins are so fine in bench press, and that just shows you 5 kilos can make all the difference to these lifters at the weights that we are looking at on the bar at the moment.
Benjamin Edelman from USVI coming out for a 2.5 kilo jump here to 140. And like you said, the margins are so fine that it sometimes can fall off very quickly, and that's why we expect to see the slightly smaller jumps in the bench press more so than anywhere else.
Yeah, solid second attempt there, and 3 white lights, good lift.
145 for Luis Franco Serrano, Brazil, Costa Rica. Get ready. Bars loaded.
Luis Franco Solana Ballestero from Costa Rica taking a 5 kilo jump to 145 for his second attempt.
Yeah, he pushes it through.
And it a good lift, 3 white lights. And with that being a 5 kilo jump from his first to second, I'd expect to see the smaller increment of 2.5 to his third.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bar loaded.
Vila Pita from Puerto Rico taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 150. This already would be another personal best. Taking his time to set up. All okay as long as he doesn't get a re-rack command from the referee to start again, but gets the go. Good looking second attempt there. Slows down a bit, but as you'd expect, it is a good lift. 3 white lights.
157.5 Iceland. Get ready.
Next out, we have Henrik Veiga Henriksson from Iceland, 157.5 kilos. 7.5 kilo jump for a 7.5 kilo personal best. Still very comfortable and a good lift, 3 white lights.
Now the only athletes we are missing on the board, Vinicius de Oliveira, Brazil. So we can go to ready. Bar loaded.
Vinicius de Oliveira now 157.5. His opener got overruled to a no lift by the jury on account of glutes lifting off the bench. Let's see if he can't convince all 3 referees this time round to keep the jury out of it. Manages to lock it out. Let's see if he can get those white lights. And he does. He's on the board. Alexander Calvo from Mexico, 160 kilos, 5 kilo jump, 2.5 below his personal best. And that is 3 white light, a good lift, and one of the more appropriate looking seconds that we've seen this flight. We've seen some difficult second attempts, but that looked right about where you'd want to be. Benicio Caballero from Uruguay taking a 10 kilo jump to 170. One of only 2 lifters who opted for this bigger jump in this flight. Caballero hit a big squat personal best, 300 kilos as the youngest in the flight, and has been extremely impressive since, already looking to extend his bench personal best. Can only imagine what his total PB would look like by the end.
Yeah, and a really solid second attempt there. 2-1, yellow card on this right-hand side. Let's see the replay.
Yeah, we'll catch the replay from the side that gets the white light, but from the side angle, getting yellow, you'd think it'd be lifting of the butt, and I can see an argument for and against there, but the jury aren't overruling it. By the looks of things, they're still in somewhat of discussion, but disagree, so we'll move on. Abdullah Autobike from Kuwait, 177.5. This will be a 7.5 kilo personal best.
Yeah, solid second attempt there from a Q80. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Final second attempt, Alva Helgason, Iceland, 182.5. Joshua, get ready.
On to our final second attempt before the 3rd round of bench for this first flight. Alva Helgason from Iceland, 182.5 kilos, opting for a 10 kilo jump. 2.5 kilo personal best for the Icelandic lifter here. As I mentioned, one of the only 2 lifters going for that bigger 10 kilo jump in this flight.
Yeah, nice second attempt. Slowed down a little bit in the mid portion, but 3 white lights, a good lift nonetheless.
Get ready. 7 attempts to change the operators of the B group.
And that concludes the second round of bench press in this C group, and now every single lifter is on the board, can push into their third and final attempt. Helgeson currently leading this group as we head into that final round. Yao Strula from Brazil retaking 137.5. Let's see if he can't kick into an extra gear here to fight through this 137.5. Gain an extra 5 kilos for his subtotal.
He drives it through on this third attempt. And 3 white lights, good lift for the Brazilian.
Benjamin Edelman, US Guy, 145. So now everybody still get ready. Bar loaded.
The bar is loaded for Benjamin Edelman from the US Virgin Islands, 145 on the bar. A 5 kilo jump, took a 2.5 kilo jump from opener to second. Slightly larger jump here. I think either they missed out on that minute to get their number in, or second attempt just felt a little more comfortable than they expected. And probably the best yet.
Yeah, really good third bench press there.
And it could just be a case of adjusting to the pad on the bench and the platform and feeling a lot better than they potentially anticipated.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of lifters getting a lot out of this new Eleiko bench pad that is slightly softer than the previous version.
Luis Franco Solana Ballestero from Costa Rica taking 2.5 kilo jump to his third here. The jump that we anticipated for Solana Ballestero.
Gets the bar going again. Let's see
Wow.
what the referees say.
Yeah, and I think we expected that, but still incredibly impressive to get that bar going after it stopped.
Yeah, especially on bench press, you can see there from the replay, he gets it off the chest. The bar drops forward, down his chest. Yeah, really impressive to get it going, but unfortunately, no lift.
Vivia Peter from Puerto Rico opting for that 2.5 kilo jump here, 152.5 for another personal best. Second was tough, but looking to squeeze out an extra couple kilos if you can here.
Yeah, solid third attempt here from the Puerto Rican. 2-1. Yellow card here on the left-hand side, so the jury will have a look at it. See here on the replay.
Iceland, Mexico, and Brazil. Está Henrik Weigar.
Let's see what they say.
3 attempts to change the operators of the group. Bar loaded.
Henrik Viggo Hinriksson from Iceland, 165 kilos. A 7.5 kilo personal best. And it looks like the jury are leaving it. A great fight from Henriksson. What a well-executed third attempt.
He pushed it through. I did fear that.
Yeah,
I did.
we'll have a look from that side angle. He gets a blue for downwards movement and a yellow for lifting. Yeah, and when it's that much weight that you're trying to get up, your body will just tell you to do anything to get it away from your face.
Valiant effort, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Alexander Calvo from Mexico, 165 kilos. Another 5 kilo jump here for a 2.5 kilo personal best. That is a good lift. 3 white lights, a new personal best.
Bars loaded. Final attempts, change the openers for the B group.
And if you couldn't tell by the chanting, Brazilian athlete De Oliveira now, 165. Missed his opener. It was overturned by the jury for glutes lifting. Got it on his second, 165 now. I'm sure he'll be okay this time round, should the strength be there. Be a 5 kilo personal best.
Yeah, it moved very well.
And a good lift. 3 white lights. Jury can't touch that this time round.
Uruguay 175. Back to the jump for that same amount of a personal best. Abdullah Kuwait, get ready. Bar loaded, no more changes for the B group.
Benicio Caballero from Uruguay, 175, 5 kilo jump for a new personal best. And he's having the day of his lifetime so far. Just 19 years old, another personal best. Getting those 3 red plates aside on bench press. Another big milestone, 300 on squat, potentially 175 on bench.
Yeah, and already on prognosis, looking to smash his PB. Assume he gets his deadlift open, but look at that bench, really well executed again. 2-1, yellow card from the center referee this time.
Yeah, I think the center referee was referencing the double jump on the chest. It wasn't for skip command, but jury seemed happy with it, that it was within the reasonable standards. Our penultimate attempt from this first flight of 3 before we head through to the second flight. Abdullah Atubaik from Kuwait, 182.5, 5 kilo jump for a 5 kilo personal best.
He raises the bar, let's see what the referees say, and 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
187.5, final attempt for the C group. 5 kilo jump for that.
Really good attempt selection here from the Kuwaitis today, squeezing every kilo out of this lifter, and it is paying off.
Bar loaded.
And our final lifter of this flight, we have Alvar Helgason from Iceland, 187.5 for a 5 kilo personal best.
Just can't get it going off his chest this time, just a little bit too heavy today.
Next up from the B group, Argentina, 157.5. It's Argentina and New Zealand.
And that concludes the C group there. You can see Helgeson leading the C group on body weight ahead of Autobike. Caballero there in that third position. These subject to change as we see the B and A group come through now. Kicking us off in this B group, Lautaro Antoniccio from Argentina, 157.5 on the bar. It's his last year as a junior, making way for the prodigy in the C group from Argentina, I imagine. Comfortable opener there for Antonuccio.
3 white lights, Deadlift.
Yeah, hoping for a drama-free opening session from this B group as we move through. All the lifters shown a lot of professionalism today. Expecting nothing less off of this flight.
Tiaki Freeman out next for New Zealand, looking to open 2.5 kilos below his personal best of 160, 157.5 on the bar.
Yeah, solid opening lift there from New Zealand, and 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
160 from Schmeller, Slovakia. Felix Thompson, Ireland, get ready.
Yeah, loving the energy from this young New Zealand athlete today.
Bar loaded.
Alexander Schmelo from Slovakia, opening on 160 kilos. Kilos below his personal best here in his opener. Hopefully a nice comfortable bench. Can look to push that PB on his third. Lovely soft touch.
3 white lights, Deadlift. Felix Thompson, Ireland, 162.5. Big Moon, get ready. Bar loaded.
Phoenix Whelan Thompson from Ireland, coming out for his opening bench of 162.5 kilos. Two to one, a good lift. A yellow from that centre referee. The jury asked what for. He indicates towards his heels, but
Samuel Andrews, Singapore, get ready.
catch that here anyway. And the rule is that your feet have to be as flat as your shoes allow it.
Bar loaded.
Jury are discussing it. It looks like it was stand. Riek Bruin from the Netherlands, 165.
Yeah, solid opening lift there from the Dutch. 3 white lights, good lift.
Samuel Andrew O'Neill from Singapore, 167.5. Niels Jacobson, get ready.
Samuel Andrew here from Singapore, 167.5 kilos.
Yeah, a very speedy opening attempt there, and 3 white lights, good lift.
170 for Ireland, Eagles Jacobson. Right, Eagles, get ready. Bar loaded.
Emil Jacobson from Ireland, 170 kilos on the bar for his opening attempt, 5 kilos below his personal best. Yeah, certainly extremely within his capabilities. And again, a yellow from that centre referee, and I don't think the jury still quite know what it's for. But every lifter who's got that so far has passed with the jury, so he should be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks good from where we're sat. Obviously, the centre referee gets a different angle, but remains a good lift.
Breck Linders from Belgium, opening on 170 kilos.
Yeah, solid opening attempt there from the Belgium. 3 white lights, good lift.
2.5 for Martis Goloan, Philippines. Andres Landon Osorio, get ready. Bar loaded.
Mark Jason Galiran from the Philippines, 172.5 kilos. One of the stronger lifters in this B group, and as I mentioned before, only a hair away from the 93s at 93.05 body weight.
Yeah, got a lot of room to grow into this class. Yeah, very nice opening attempt there.
Interesting foot position with the feet and toes pointing completely out. Seems to work really well for him.
Yeah, I suppose just taking advantage of the leverages that work for him, and clearly a very strong bench press.
Is loaded on the right.
Just catching a quick misload there. Good eyes from the center referee. Andres Landon Osorio from Chile, 177.5 kilos. And there are a few people that the weight should be checked by before the lifter comes on. Center referee, one of them. So it's good that he kept his eye out for that. See how the 177.5, now the correct weight, moves for Landon Osorio.
Yeah, very nice opening attempt there. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Loaded.
Tate Commander from Canada, 182.5, the final opener of this B group. Perhaps Tate looking to push this as high as he can and blindly try and fight for a bench press medal. All you can do is get as big a bench as possible and hope that it's enough for the podium.
Yeah, very good press there from the Canadian. 3 white lights, a good lift.
That means every single lifter of this flight, all 11 on the board. Plenty of room to go there for Commander, who is leading now this B flight, followed by Landon Osorio and Galuan as we head into the second round. Medals to move around and then subject to change as we see the A flight, 165 kilos in the bar for Lautaro Antonuccio from Argentina. Just told to re-rack there, says his fingers are not in the right position. You have to make sure that the rings on the bar are covered on the inside. That's the maximum grip you are allowed.
Yeah, plenty of time still on the clock. No, and it is always a challenge when you get that rack command. It can really, really hurt the lifter. You know, there's big weight in the hands, but he will get one more attempt.
And he's got a really interesting grip with his right hand, which I think is also where the center referee was unhappy, is it's not completely around the bar, which definitely doesn't help the cause.
No, not at all.
Tiaki Freeman from New Zealand taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 165. This would be a 5 kilo personal best, and after a very comfortable opener, I see no reason why this should be a struggle.
Yeah, lovely second attempt there. 3 white lights, a good lift for New Zealand.
167.5 for Felix William Thompson, Ireland. Alexander Schmello, get ready.
Phoenix Whelan Thompson from Ireland now. 167.5 kilos, 5 kilo jump from his opener.
The solid lift, moves well.
It is a good lift, 3 white lights.
They're definitely approaching his top end there, so let's see what the team put in for his third and final attempt.
Yeah, particularly as we've spoken about, as how quickly and dramatically the cutoff for bench can happen. An extra couple of kilos really can be the make or break. Alexander Schmello from Slovakia jumping 10 kilos to match his personal best here, 170. Well, that is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Netherlands, 172.5. West Indies, Belgium, get ready.
Makes really nice work of a 10-kilo jump, and certainly looking to hit a personal best in that third with the speed that moved. Rick Bloom from Netherlands, 172.5 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump. Just shy of his personal best of 175 here. Lovely soft touch.
Yeah, lovely bench press there for a second, and 3 white lights. Good lift from the Dutchman.
Keeps control really nicely of the bar. Utilizes a soft touch to get a quick press command, and just keeps really nice technique the entire way through. Brechtlein from Belgium, taking a 5-kilo jump, just 2.5 kilos shy of his personal best here with 175 on the bar.
Yeah, really solid second attempt here from the Belgian. Again, yellow card from the centre referee.
3 attempts at 177.5.
Just looking at the replay if that's anything we can catch. Of course, if it's a verbal command, can't hear that on the replay. But nor can the jury, so they'll have to take the word of the white lights. Emil Jakobsen from Ireland, 177.5. 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. 2.5 kilo personal best here, should he make it. Still extremely smooth. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a new personal best.
Mark Jason, same weight. Second landing, get ready. Bar loaded.
Mark Jason Galiran from Philippines, 177.5 kilos. 5 kilo jump from his opening attempt.
Yeah, a little bit of resistance in that middle portion, but 3 white lights, good lift there.
Yeah, started to slow down towards that lockout, so certainly beginning to be towards that top end. I would imagine they'll take that smaller increment jump here if they want to collect extra kilos. Andrew here from Singapore, 177.5 kilos. 10 kilo jump from his opener. Little trouble with that right elbow, but still a good lift, 3 white lights. And that's just an indication of where that third attempt is going to slow down a little bit more. And you saw as he came off, he indicated to his coach to go up 2.5 kilos, which certainly seems like the right move here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Would totally agree with that, that decision.
Andres Landon Osorio from Chile, 187.5 kilos, opting for a 10 kilo jump from his opener. Slight slow down there, but you'd expect that from a 10 kilo jump. 3 white lights.
Get ready.
Our final second attempt in this B group before the third and final round of bench. Before heading into the A group, we have Tate Commander, 192.5. 10 kilo jump and already a 2.5 kilo personal best. Should he make this? Opener was very comfortable for him. And as we said, probably pushing as close as he can to see if he can get on that bench press podium. Going in blind, not seeing what the A group are able to do. Just building as much as he can here onto his bench press.
A good lift there from the Canadian, 3 white lights.
165 for the Barão Antunuccio, Argentina. 8 attempts to change the orders of the A group.
And as we head into the third and final round of this B group, Commander still leading with that 192.5, followed by Landon Osorio and Galiran. Subject to changes, we have the third round of bench right now, followed by the A group and all of their 3 attempts. Lautaro Antonuccio from Argentina retaking 165. Got asked to re-rack on his second. Now, hopefully can get it the first time round and maintain that focus and position. Two to one, a good lift. I'm still waiting to find out what that yellow is from the center referee. We'll have a look in the replay, but for now he gets that 165. No, and it looks all good from here. Tiaki Freeman from New Zealand, 167.5. 2.5 kilo jump here for another personal best. And certainly could end in the top 10 in this large flight of 105s. It's a great final attempt.
Yeah, brought great energy to the platform and 3 white lights there for the New Zealand athlete.
Phoenix William Thompson, Ireland, 172.5. 6 attempts to change the openers of the B group, the A group. Bar loaded.
Phoenix Whelan Thompson from Ireland, 172.5 kilos. 5 kilo jump for a matched personal best.
He's driving through.
Wow,
Still,
manages to keep it going.
Yeah, impressive there.
But he just skipped that rack command, unfortunately, after that big fight. It's an easy mistake to make after you spend that long under the bar, but real shame after a great fight like that. Rick Boone from the Netherlands, 177.5 for a 2.5 kilo personal best.
Yes.
Great final attempt.
Yeah, agreed there, Amelia. Solid third attempt there for the Dutchman. 3 white lights, good lift.
Andrew Schmeller, Slovakia, 177.5. Bar loaded. First Landis, get ready.
Alexander Schmelo from Slovakia, 177.5 on the bar. This will be a 7.5 kilo jump and personal best.
Yeah, really solid third attempt there. And referees give 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
Rich Linders, Belgium, 177.5. 3 more attempts to change the overdose of the A group. Bar loaded.
Greg Leanders from Belgium, 177.5, 2.5 kilo jump for a matched personal best.
Again, another very solid third attempt there for the Belgians. And 3 white lights, good lift.
3 white lights, a good lift. 180 from Mark Jason Gonahan, Philippines. 7 Andrew, get ready. 2 more attempts to change the overdose of the A group. Bar loaded.
Mark Jason Galiran from the Philippines, 180 kilos, a 2.5 kilo jump from his second. 3 kilos shy of his personal best. A slight slowdown towards that lockout on his second. Let's see if he can get a further 2.5 kilos up.
Yeah, 3 white lights, good lift.
That's 3 white lights, a good lift. 180 for Samuel Andrew. Mr. Captain, get ready. Final attempt to change the overdose of the A group.
Yeah, very smart decision to take that
Bar
jump.
loaded.
Samuel Andrew here from Singapore, 180 kilos, a 2.5 kilo jump for a new personal best. It's good to see a lot of these lifters and coaches opting for that slightly smaller jump just to try and grab an extra couple kilos instead of make any unnecessary risks.
Yeah, very solid attempt there.
2 to 1, a good lift.
New personal best of 2.5. 182.5 for Emil Mikaisen, Ireland.
Mios Jacobsen from Ireland, 182.5 on the bar. 5 kilo jump from his second. Very new personal best. And a good lift, 3 white lights, seeing some great attempt selections from the coaching teams and great execution from the athletes.
2.5. Take over there. Get ready. Bar loaded.
And there is Landon Osorio from Chile, our penultimate attempt in this flight before heading through to the A group. 192.5, a 5 kilo jump for a 2.5 kilo personal best.
It pushes through very nicely, and no, 3 yellow cards there.
Yeah, just escaped the command, I believe. And we've seen it before, you know, after a big fight. When you're a little nervous about the weight, you just jump one of the 3 commands and that's it. The bar is loaded for Tate Commandeur from Canada, looking for 200 kilos. Big milestone lift here for Tate, and it may be good enough to get on the podium for bench press. We'll have to see where the openers land for the A group, but this will be a big personal best, a big milestone for Commandeur.
Yeah, what a lovely third attempt there from the Canadian athlete.
And 2-1, a good lift. Yeah, definitely has a couple kilos in there to spare. I think 200 was the right move for today, but very soon I think he'll be surpassing that. And that concludes the B group. Commandeur still leading with that 200 kilos behind Landon Osorio with 187.5 and Jacobsen with 182.5. This is subject change now as we head through to the A group. And as you can see, the openers all the way up until 215. May be difficult to hang on to that 200 kilo and that bench medal, but absolutely could still be the case. Carsten Wolf from Australia, 155.
Yeah, solid opening lift there from the Australian, and 3 white lights, good lift.
Andres Castellón del Campo from Spain, opening on 165 kilos. Did very well to meet the command Yeah, and I was hoping he didn't beat it. A lot of lifters will try and anticipate when you get that command, and it's just not necessarily the smartest thing to do because they will vary. But the strength is clearly there. He just needs to wait to hear that press command.
Yeah, it's a shame doing it on your opener because, you know, you've now got a choice. Do you retake? Do you jump? He's obviously in the fight for team points, so every kilo is going to count.
Yeah, I think right now the total is more important. Deadlifts come round, he can push and make risks in the second and thirds, but definitely want to see him get that total first. Joaquin Barrios from Uruguay, 175. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights. I would say one of the few circumstances that I feel a little bit more comfortable with athletes going up after missing their opener is a jumped command, because you can already tell where the strength is and it feels a little less risky as long as they listen. Martin Brester from Germany, 177.5, opening 7.5 kilos below his personal best. Managed to walk away with a squat silver and doing what he can to bridge a gap and try and push for that podium position overall. In a good position to do so right now.
Yeah, it really is. And looking at it, he's only 20 years old and already in the A flight. Yeah, very solid opener there.
And a good lift, 3 white lights. And with the kind of jumps he made on squat and how comfortable that opener is, he is certainly on pace for a big total. Bastian Nicolas Arevalo Pena from Chile, 177.5.
Yeah, solid opening attempt there. 1 yellow card for the centre referee again.
Yeah, we'll catch that again in the replay. A lot of these lifters getting yellows from that centre ref, but end up passing anyway. I can't see too much wrong with that. A bit of shaking, but that wouldn't be any issue. Peter Mendy from Great Britain, 177.5 on the bar.
Peter had a phenomenal squat session and will be looking to capitalise on bench press as well.
Yeah, just like his squat opener, extremely comfortable and a good lift.
Yeah, absolutely, and plenty more room to jump there and build through second and third attempts.
Get ready. Loaded.
Yannick Karain from Germany, 185 kilos for his opening attempt, 5 kilos below his personal best.
Yeah, very solid opening attempt there for the German, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
46.5 for Anthony Hill, Australia. Anthony Messiah, get ready.
Three opening attempts remaining. First of which we have Hill from Australia, opening at 187.5 as a personal best of 210 kilos. taking his time to get set up on the bench. Just under 30 seconds left to get the command. Plenty of time as long as he doesn't need to re-rack.
Yeah, and a very solid 10th there from the Australian, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
Comfortable start to the bench press event.
Get ready. Bar is loaded.
And our penultimate opening attempt. We have Nathaniel Messiah from Great Britain opening on 192.5 kilos, 10 kilos below his personal best. Managed to walk away with a squat bronze.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a phenomenal squat session, and he will be harnessing that energy for this bench session, no doubt.
Yeah, wow, another fantastic opener in this flight. And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Absolutely, setting himself strong for this session. Plenty of kilos in the tank there for Nathaniel.
Provisional bench press goal. The bar is loaded.
Our final opening attempt belongs to Regan Stagakis from Denmark. Walked away with squat gold with a huge personal best of 332.5. Now opening at 215. The world junior record 233.5. They won't risk it if they don't need to, but he certainly has hit round about that in training. His personal best on the platform, 227.5. So let's see how far he can push his bench today. Ooh, and that is troubling. I think he struggled to get his foot placement and grip okay there. Let's have a look, maybe from the side angle in that replay.
Yeah, absolutely. It did look like he lost his footing unracking the bar there.
Yeah, and I hope that is the case, because that does spell trouble for Stagakis and Team Denmark. If he can't get a bench on the board, then it's Nathaniel Messiah's fight. And as it stands, Stagakis and Castellón de Campo not yet with a bench on the board. We move through to the second attempt now. Carson Wolf from Australia, 165.
To the 1, a good lift.
2 to 1, a good lift.
Get ready.
Yeah, centre referee giving that yellow card again. Jury dismissing it.
I think unless I see yellow from the side referees, perhaps I'll take that as a white for now. Now, Andres Castellón de Campo did decide to slightly go up here to 167.5. He just jumped that command on his opening attempt, so should he listen out here, I can't imagine there'll be too much wrong with 2.5 kilos added to that.
No, absolutely. It wasn't a strength issue. Yeah, much better executed there. Listening for the commands. And 2 to 1, yellow card on this right-hand side.
So where the yellow was a skip command on the opener, if you look from the side, that is likely to be something lifting, or that referee thinking that's what they saw. But it looks a-okay. There is some movement, but the glutes stay attached to the bench.
Yeah, they do. Again, from the angle that we can see, looks okay.
Joaquin Barrios from Uruguay taking a 5 kilo jump to a match personal best of 180.
Yeah, solid attempt there, and 3 white lights, good lift.
Bastian Nicolas Arevalo Pena from Chile, 185 for his second attempt.
No, struggling there with that weight and no lift.
187.5 from Martin Bernstein, Germany. Peter Mendy, get ready.
Unfortunately, that did look like a bit of a strength issue there. He will obviously get one more attempt at that weight.
The bar is loaded.
Martin Brester from Germany taking 10 kilo jump to 187.5, 2.5 kilos above his personal best, and really looking to push those podium positions to be PB already on bench after hitting a big one on squat, and on target again for a big total personal best. And really very little slowdown.
Yeah, a good attempt there for the German, and 3 white lights, good lift.
190, Peter Mendy from Great Britain. To match his personal best, provisional bench bronze. Yannick Delina, get ready.
And we're going to see the bench rankings jump around a lot in the next 15 minutes. So as I did with squat, I will wait until we're into the final attempts. But Peter Mendy from Great Britain out now, looking for a matched personal best, 190 on his second attempt, 12.5 kilo jump, and just like his squat opener, his bench opener was extremely comfortable. And looking in a very strong position for a podium spot as it stands.
Yeah, very solid second attempt there from Peter, and 3 white lights, a good lift with room to grow into that third and final attempt.
192.5 by Yannick Delina, Germany. Provisional bench silver. Anthony Hill, get ready. Bar loaded.
Yannick Kerine, 192.5, a 7.5 kilo jump for a 2.5 kilo personal best.
Yeah, solid lift there from the German, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
Anthony Hill, Australia, 197.5. Okay, on the sign up, get ready. Bar loaded.
A 10 kilo jump for Hill now for Australia to 197.5 kilos.
Yeah, a real solid attempt there from the Australian, and 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Two benches remaining, and the 2 front runners in this competition so far having a great day. Nathaniel Messiah from Great Britain trying to capitalize on the fact that Stagakis has missed that opening bench. 212.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump, and already, sorry, a 20 kilo jump, wow. And already this would be a 10 kilo personal best. This is a huge jump, trying to close that gap between himself and Denmark's Stagakis. Let's see how this moves. And it is tough, but it is a 20 kilo jump, and it looks like he gets it.
A risk that has definitely paid off for Team GB.
Yeah, and not one I'd normally risk taking, but he did excellently well to get that. Definitely we'll see a much smaller jump to his third, but that really does start to close a gap that is beginning to get smaller, especially with Messiah capitalizing. And as you can see, Stagakis now coming out, hoping to make up for missed ground. And is this a risky move? Regan Stagakis from Denmark missed his opener, I think just slipped with his feet, couldn't press the weight, and is going up 5 kilos anyway. Total not secure. You can see that his coach there is stressed handling him. The coach in the crowd also stressed. Let's see if he can get in on the board with this. And already looking a little heavy in his hands. And that is trouble now, starting to look like a weight issue. And what do we do now?
I mean, they have to retake 220. There's absolutely no way they can add more kilos on the bar.
There's not a world where you go up from there. And if I'm being honest, I'm surprised to see they went up from 215, because now in a race that was his to lose, it really is his to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we've seen it before, but it's not something you would expect from the Danish team. And
no, and not only does that mean it's opening the doors for Messiah to catch up, it's opening the doors for a lot of athletes to push for those positions. As we head into the third round of bench, you can see Messiah, Hill and Bresta pretty close, all things considered, on subtotal as we move forward to the final round. And let's hope for Denmark that Stagakis can get that final bench in. We've seen weirder things happen. Carsten Wolf from Australia, 172.5.
he's pushing through, but no, not today for the Australian.
Andres Castellón del Campo from Spain, 175, looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best. Taking his time, as 30 seconds left on the clock to get that start command. It's a great fight.
Yeah, driving it up, looking out, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift for the Spanish lifter. Yeah, after a shaky opener, recovered very well there.
We now have Joaquin Barrios, 182.5, a 2.5 kilo jump for a new personal best. It's a great fight, but just got everything he could out of that second attempt. Bastian Nicolas Revalo Pena retaking the 185 that he missed on his second here, hoping to gain an extra 7.5 kilos onto his subtotal.
Yeah, strong third bench there. And 3 white lights, good lift from the athlete from Chile.
Martin Brester, Germany, 192.5. Kenny Kahn, Germany, get ready.
Martin Brester from Germany having a great day so far. A 20-year-old pushing some of these more experienced competitors at the top. Jumping 5 kilos to 192.5 for his final attempt for a 5 kilo personal best. Already, if he gets this bench and his opening deadlift, he has hit a 2.5 kilo total personal best. So only up from there. Let's see if he can get this moving.
Well pressed there from the German, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Very solid third press there from the German, leaving some kilos in the tank.
And the last few benches coming up now, and some integral ones at that, pivotal for the competition. Yannick Kurein from Germany, 197.5. Heavier than Hill, so won't put him into a bench press medal position. We're looking for another 5 kilos in his total.
Great attempt there for the German. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Great Britain, 200 kilos. And get ready. So we get 10 kg personal best, provisional bench press bronze.
4 benches remaining. And now fighting for podium positions.
The bar is loaded.
Peter Mendy from Great Britain jumping 10 kilos to 200 for a new personal best, and to move into bench press bronze provisionally, with Hill to follow.
Yeah, great day for Peter so far. Bar been moving very well. Let's see what he's got on this third and final bench press attempt.
Another great attempt from Peter Mendy. 200 kilos on the board, 3 white lights, and provisionally moves into bench press bronze. Yet to see him break too much of a sweat yet today.
I know, that looked, I mean, like an opener, at least a second. More kilos in the tank, and he is having a phenomenal day.
Looking to move back into position on the bench press podium now. We have Hill from Australia, and this will move him from off the podium into bench press silver. And that is provisional, as we have Messiah and Stagakis to follow. Still 5 kilos below his best bench. An extra 7.5 kilos still would certainly be helpful in the pursuit for podium. Let's see if he can get this moving.
Yeah, a solid bench press there from the Australian. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
And provisional silver, guaranteed bronze at the very least.
To extend bench press gold, minimum guaranteed silver in the class.
Bronze still being held onto, I believe, by the B group at the moment. But of course, 2 benches remaining. Nathaniel Messiah from Great Britain take a huge 20 kilo jump from opener to his second. And it looks like he's not coming out for this attempt, which seems like a little bit of a strange strategy to me, to jump 20 kilos and then miss your third attempt. But I suppose perhaps he only had it in him to hit that top end around about once, and he went for it and got it.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's the 20 kilo jump is a strategy that's clearly paid off for them. We know he has a big deadlift. You know, if he just doesn't feel he's got that 2.5, then look, the gamble paid off from first to second, and we are where we are.
And speaking of where we are, the only bench we have to follow Messiah will be for Regan Stagakis. And looking at the leaderboard as I have it up in front of me, you know, there is a big gap, as I mentioned before, between Stagakis and Messiah, and then Messiah and the rest. And of course, that shakes a lot of things up. Not only if Regan does get this, but also if he doesn't, you know, perhaps Messiah can close that gap if he gets it. And of course, if he doesn't, we know that spells out a completely different story. And everybody is eyes forward, standing up, and everybody wants Regan to get this. Regan Stagakis from Denmark missed his opener. Looks like his feet slipped. Gone up 5 kilos anyway in a risky move and couldn't get the bar moving. Regan Stagakis in the lead overall. Reigning world champion needs this to stay in the competition, and a huge turn of events. 220 kilos on the bar for Regan. Oh, and this time it's completely different. The crowd goes wild. He is on the board, 3 white lights, and at the brink of disqualification. You can't get him that easy. He is on the board, and the room is elated.
And when you look at this, his entire setup was different there. You can really see he's brought his feet right back in. There's clearly a foot positioning issue.
And as we conclude the bench in an exciting and relieving manner, Hill from Australia walks away with bench press bronze. Honourable mention to Commodore, who held on to it till the very end. Messiah from Great Britain, 212 in silver, and in bench press cold, on the brink of disqualification, brought himself back to life. Regan Stagakis, 220 kilos. And I think everybody needs to take a little bit of a breather now before deadlifts and the summary of the 105. So we'll see you in 10 minutes for the summary. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the 2025 IPF Junior Powerlifting World Championships here in Costa Rica, San Jose, and a pretty eventful bench session. So we saw Stagakis almost disqualified, just getting that final bench in, and the subtotals now much closer than I'm sure they wanted. Just 10 kilos behind Messiah is Hill, Bresta, Mendy, all within reaching distance, all pretty successful deadlifters, and the gap is definitely closing. Stagakis certainly wants to watch out as we head into the final discipline of the day, the deadlifts. Yao Shula from Brazil, 245. Looking to secure their totals here.
Yeah, 3 watt lights, good lift, and hopefully as we go through this C-flight opening deadlifts, we don't have too many issues. Good consistency across the board from all athletes in this session, and we will build into hopefully some exciting third attempts.
David Peter, 247.5 for his opening deadlift, looking to secure his total.
Yeah, solid opening lift there for the Puerto Rican, and 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Benjamin Edelman from the US Virgin Islands, 255 kilos for his opening deadlift, just 5 below his personal best deadlift. And it is a good lift, 3 white lights.
260 for Alexander Calvo, Mexico. Benicio Caballero, Bar loaded.
Alexander Calvo from Mexico, 260 kilos on the bar. Slow but steady. 3 white lights.
3 white lights, good lips. 265 for Benicio Caballero, Uruguay. Benicio Rivera, get ready. The bar is loaded.
Benicio Caballero from Uruguay, 265 on the bar. Already with this hits a 35 kilo total personal best, having quite the day today. Very bright future in the weight class, just 19 years old.
Loaded.
Vinicius de Oliveira from Brazil, opening at 275. Just waiting for the center referee. 3 white lights, a good lift. Have a look at that again in the replay.
Bar loaded. So then the bunny still get ready.
Nice smooth opener. Alvar Helgason from Iceland, 275 kilos for his opening attempt.
Nice opening attempt there from the Icelandic lifter, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
Here's Franco Solana Ballestero from Costa Rica, opening on his personal best of 280. This would also match his total PB of 690.
Three white lights, good lift there.
Iceland, 25. Abdullah Tubay, get ready. The bar is loaded.
Our penultimate opening attempt in this first flight. Henrik Veigar Henriksson from Iceland, 285 kilos. And 2-1, a good lift. So blue from that right side referee if we have a look at that again in the replay. And the jury is overruled to a no lift.
Yeah, he almost double lifts it at that start position there.
Yeah, you can pull slack out of the bar, but you can't lift before you begin lifting, otherwise it counts as a valid attempt.
These coaches walk behind the cameras.
Abdullah Altubaik from Kuwait, our final opening attempt of this flight, opening 5 kilos above his personal best here at 310 kilos. This would give him a 45 kilo total personal best as well. And comfortable opener, and that is a good lift. 3 white lights. And we're talking about pulling the slack out of the bar before. Ben, do you want to, as a coach, give your description of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So as the lifter builds tension up before they attempt to lift, they pull the slack, so they pull the tension out of the bar to make sure that all the power is pushed through. Now, in what we spoke about previous, when the lifter missed their lift, they pulled too much slack out of the bar and actually lifted the bar up. It popped off the floor, it went back down, and then he attempted his lift. But in IPF powerlifting, the bar popping off the floor in the first instance when he was taking the slack counted as a valid attempt.
Thank you. And now we head through to our second round of deadlifts. All bar Henriksen on the board for that exact reason. Yao Schuler from Brazil, jumping 15 kilos to 260. And with a lot of these lifters, you'll be able to see them pull that slack out of the bar, particularly on sumo. You can see him just there before. Three white lights, a good lift.
267.5.
It's a lot more obvious with some lifters. They'll do it as a whole entire part of the movement beforehand. Some do it in one fell swoop of the movement.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you see people who are very slow and deliberate off the floor, you'll really see that bar bend before the bar actually pops off the floor, and that is exactly what we're talking about there. Obviously, the Icelandic lifter took it a little bit too far, and bar left, hit the floor again, and then he attempted his lift.
Which could be the case if you know, maybe it actually is a little bit too light for how strong he's feeling today.
Absolutely.
We have now the Vila Pita from Puerto Rico, jumping 20 kilos to 267.5 for his second attempt. To be a personal best on both deadlift and on total. And it's a good lift, 3 white lights. Moves pretty comfortably for a second attempt.
Yeah, absolutely, and he is happy with that. He's obviously feeling strong on that platform today, building momentum from his squats, bench, and now into deadlift. The Puerto Rican is looking strong.
Benjamin Edelman from the US Virgin Islands, jumping 15 kilos to 270 on his second attempt. Looking for a personal best on both deadlift and on total with this.
Slowed down over the knee, but a good lift, 2-1. Blue card there from the center ref.
Alexander Calvo, Mexico, 272.5. Benicio Caballero, get ready. The bar is loaded.
Alexander Calvo coming out from Mexico, taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 272.5.
Three white lights in the lift. 25 for Benicio Caballero, Uruguay. Advan Iceland, get ready.
Bar is being loaded to 285 kilos now for Benicio Caballero from Uruguay. Taking a 20 kilo jump and really having an excellent meet. Has hit a huge personal best on all 3 disciplines, and of course as a result on his total, this would be a 10 kilo personal best on deadlift and a 20 kilo personal best on his total.
Yeah, he raises the bar and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
And Ferguson, Iceland to 87.5. Finishers do Olivia, get ready.
Halvar Helgason from Iceland. 287.5 kilos for his second attempt. Just shy of both his deadlift and total personal best.
Yeah, solid second lift there from the Icelandic lifter and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
Get ready.
Vinicius de Oliveira from Brazil, 290 kilos, a 15-kilo jump, landing him over his personal best total and just shy of his deadlift PB of 293. And it is a good lift, 3 white lights, a big heart to the supporters in the crowd, big smile as he heads into his third and final round of deadlifts for the day.
Next up, Solano Ballestero.
Henrik Viggo Hinriksson from Iceland, chosen to go up to 292.5. Just pulled the slack out a little too heavy out of the bar first time round. Chosen to go up anyway. Perhaps the extra weight on the bar will help him here. And unfortunately, still not on the board. We'll have a look at the replay. One referee not happy with the lockout position, and centre referee giving him a blue just for supporting on the thighs, but it looks okay to me, or I think for downwards movement when a bar settles, but
The bar is allowed to settle though, Amelia, and I think it's a tough call. I mean, I don't know what you think.
yeah, and the coaches go to the jury, but it looks like they're not getting involved. And they say his shoulders need to be a little further back for them to be happy. So hopefully he can fix all of that in his third attempt and make a total. Luis Franco Solana Ballestero from Costa Rica, 300 kilos, a 20-kilo jump for a personal best on deadlift and on total, hitting the 700-kilo total mark and above for the very first time.
No, that 20-kilo jump for the Costa Rican lifter just a little bit too much. Unfortunately, it did look like a strength issue, but we will see. He will get one more attempt at that weight.
30, go weights. Benjamin Edelman, get ready.
And our final second attempt in this first flight, Abdullah Atubaik from Kuwait. Opened hitting a personal best of 310 kilos, jumping 20 kilos now to 330.
The bar is loaded.
be a huge personal best for Abdullah. Three white lights, a good lift.
USBI 275. 7 attempts to change the opponents to the lead.
And that concludes the second round of deadlifts in this first flight. Henriksen still without a deadlift in on the board, hoping he can make those corrections in this third round to secure that total. Benjamin Edelman from USVI, 275 for his final attempt, looking for a further 5 kilos for a personal best on his total and his deadlift. Ooh, unfortunately just loses that grip at the top just before lockout.
Get ready.
Yao Shula now from Brazil, 275, a 15 kilo jump. Again here for his final attempt for a total personal best and a deadlift personal best. Oh, a great finish for the Brazilian lifter Shula.
Yeah, really good lift there. 2-1, good lift. Red card from the centre referee.
And it's amazing to see how passionate these lifters are about what they do.
Absolutely, and it's lovely to see a lot of these Southern American countries here getting so much support. Obviously the travel distance for them, their friends and family, not too long, and they really have filled the crowd up nicely throughout the entire week.
And we move now on to the Vida Pita from Puerto Rico, taking a 10 kilo jump to 277.5 for a personal best on total and on deadlift once again. And already you can see he's emotional. Can he hold it together a few seconds longer to get this pull?
Gets it over the knee. No, not today.
But still walks away with an enormous personal best on total.
4 attempts to joiners for the B group. Next out, Alexander Carlos, Mexico, 285. And then Vega Eriksson, Iceland, get ready.
We now have Alexander Calvo from Mexico, 285 kilos for his final attempt, an equal 12.5 kilo jump.
No, it looked like he rushed into that a little bit. Not quite as a comprehensive setup as we have seen him throughout the day. Nonetheless, a good all-round attempt there.
Weigand needs that attempt to score a total in the competition. He hasn't registered an attempt yet in the deadlift event. So he's going to need some support for that one. He needs to knock out without supporting on his thighs.
A really important deadlift coming up now for the Icelandic lifter Henrik Veiga Henriksson. Has had a really unfortunate run with deadlifts, no strength issue whatsoever. The referee is just not happy with his finishing position on that second attempt. Jury say he wants to see his shoulders just a little further back. 295 now, Henriksson. And this will be for a total personal best as well, but most importantly, to get a total secured.
He locks it out.
I'm a little worried for him though. Yeah, and unfortunately it's the exact same as his second, and it's so heartbreaking to see, especially on deadlifts.
Yeah, it really is. The coach is going over to the jury table, but in terms of form, it's the same as his second. They are having a look at it.
2 attempts to change the openers for the next group.
And unfortunately, still I think the coach knew it would be the case, but worth trying. It is a no lift. Luis Franco Solana Ballestero from Costa Rica retaking 300 kilos here after that 20 kilo jump. No, and still just too heavy.
Two more attempts at 300 kilos. Benicio Caballero, Uruguay, and Van Egerson, Iceland. Final attempt to change the openers for the B group. Bar loaded.
Benicio Caballero from Uruguay, 300 kilos, and what an incredible day this young man has had today. Again, this would further his personal best on deadlift and total and take him to the milestone of 300 kilo deadlift, hit the 300 kilo squat, hit the 175 bench. Can he round out the lot with a 300 kilo deadlift for the perfect day? And it's just a bit too much, and I think he knew it would have been a push, but still, what an incredible day.
Absolutely valiant effort there, and left everything on the platform.
Get ready. Bar loaded.
Alva Helgason from Iceland attempting 300 kilos for the very first time, a 10 kilo personal best, a 12 kilo jump.
Unfortunately not there for the Icelandic lifter.
307.5 for Vinicius de Oliveira, Brazil.
And so far, only one successful final attempt in this flight of 10.
Of 15 kilos.
Can the final two lifters push
Get ready.
and make these final attempts? Vinicius de Oliveira from Brazil, 307.5 on the bar. 17.5 kilo jump, so a bigger jump from second to third than we saw from first to second, and this is an attempt to put him in a strong position
The bar is loaded for Brazil.
for potentially an overall deadlift medal, although from the C group it would be a very tough job, but what a huge personal best this would be for de Oliveira. fantastic effort, but it's just too heavy.
Final attempt of the C group, Abdullah Al-Tubai, 340 kilos, representing Kuwait.
And one deadlift remaining in this C group before we head through to the 105 B group, and actually a potential contender for a podium position in the deadlifts. Obviously we have the B and the A group to go, but shooting for a 340 deadlift, he's doing a phenomenal job of trying to push blindly with 2 groups ahead of him to grab a medal.
Yeah, and with 340 on the bar, should he be successful, there's absolutely a chance
Yeah,
of nicking a
absolutely.
medal there.
Yeah, and the world record is Reagan's at 366, so it shows you how close it is really from the C group to get there. So this is a 10-kilo jump for Abdullah Al-Tubai from Kuwait, 340 on the bar, and really putting himself in a strong position from 2 groups behind to potentially take a deadlift medal. We'll see how that pans out for him.
Gets it over the knee.
Yeah, just
But
glued in
no.
that position, unfortunately. But a valiant effort, and still ends on 330, so we'll have to see where that lands him in the rankings with the following 2 groups to come.
Next lifter from Chile, Andres Landon Osorio, 270. Cortaron Mauricio, get ready.
And that concludes the C group. We can see still Azubike leading with a 330, followed by De Oliveira with 290 and Helgeson with 287.5. These positions, of course, are to change as we head into the B and then A group for the 105. Kicking us off in this flight, we'll have Andres Landon Osorio with openers all the way up until 305 kilos for Rick Brunn. First out, here we have Andres Landon Osorio from Chile, 270 on the bar.
A good opening deadlift here, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
Singing for Cortaron Mauricio, bar loaded. Phoenix Will and Thompson, get ready.
Lautaro Antonuccio from Argentina opening on 270 kilos.
Very speedy opener there from the Argentinian, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
4 attempts at 275, both Irish, then Canada and the Philippines. Next out, Phoenix Will and Thompson.
A couple of common openers in this flight. 275 kilos will be on the bar for the next 4 opening attempts. First of which we have Phoenix Whelan Thompson from Ireland. And the bar is loaded.
Yeah, very speedy opening attempt there, and no, 2 to 1.
Have a look at that here. Really the only thing that could be for in deadlift is for not meeting that down command. Coach goes to the jury. We'll have a look at that here. Or of course a complete failure of the lift, but it clearly wasn't that, and jury send the coach away. So they have the decision to make here. Emil Jacobson from Ireland, same weight in the bar, 275.
Yeah, good lift there, and 3 white lights for the Irishman.
Same weight once again, this time from Take Commander, Canada. Bar loaded. Mark Jason, go on, get ready.
Take Honda from Canada very nearly walked away with a bench press medal from the B group. 275 for his opening deadlift.
Yeah, solid opener there from the Canadian, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
Bar loaded for the Philippines. Samuel Andrew Singapore, get ready.
Mark Jason Gallagher 275 kilos, the last of the 4 lifters to take this weight. And 2-1, a good lift. The centre referee just not happy with that finishing position, and Mark seems a little confused by that. Let's have a look at that on the replay. And looks okay to me. I think that should stand.
Yeah, absolutely, I would agree with that decision.
And you know that it's heading into those deadlifts when there's an air of baby powder and the smell fills the room. As you can see, that is what is on the lifter's legs to help reduce friction with the deadlifts. Samuel Andrew here from Singapore, 285.
Yeah, very speedy opener there from the Singaporean, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
300 kilos for Alexander Schmeller, Slovakia. And same weight for Brett Linders and Tiaki Freeman.
Alexander Chmelo from Slovakia. The first of 3 lifters to take 300 kilos for their opening attempt. Yeah, it's a comfortable weight. I'm going to wait for the lights. 3 white lights, a good lift. And this is a good example of pulling the slack out the bar, and I think he was very close to doing it, maybe a little too much.
Yeah, you can see here in the replay, luckily just about avoids lifting that bar off the floor. 3 white lights, good lift.
300 remains in the bar for Brett Linders from Belgium. Very comfortable and looks like a conservative opener. It's a good lift.
One more at 300, Jackie Freeman, New Zealand. Bar loaded. Recruit, get ready.
Tiaki Freeman opening with 300 kilos, our penultimate opening attempt in this flight. 2-1, a good lift. That side referee, I think, just unhappy with what happened at the lockout there. If you look at that in the replay, I think knees softened a little bit at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think from a standards perspective, he's got no more to play with there, but I think okay. I would agree with the good lift.
Yeah, absolutely. And our final opening attempt of this flight, Rick Bruin from the Netherlands, 305 kilos.
A strong opening attempt there from the Dutchman, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
Except William Thompson from Ireland. The second round starts with Andres Osorio, Chile, 285. Because Shinkansen, get ready.
And that concludes the opening round for this B flight. All bar Wheel and Thompson on the board. Just jumped that command, but looking to bump that second attempt up anyway as we head into the second round of deadlifts now. Kicking us off, we have Andres Landon Osorio from Chile, taking a 15 kilo jump to 285. Kilo jump from his opener. Ooh, just struggled with what seems like the weight there. Let's have a look at that again in the replay.
2 attempts at 292.5. Because Shinkansen Ireland, take on Canada.
Yeah, looks like he might have just lost some positioning there, but not what you want in your second attempt.
No, certainly could come back and fight for it, but it'll be tough because I think it was a mixture of the two for sure there.
Yeah, look, these are big weights on the bars, right? And any shift in that bar path forward or back from the center of mass makes it really hard to recover.
Emil Jakobsen from Ireland jumping to 292.5 for his second attempt. 5 kilos off his personal best deadlift, 11 kilos off his best total. Perhaps we'll see a 12.5 kilo jump after this should it move well. Or 7.5 for any personal best deadlift.
Yeah, very solid second attempt there from the Irishman, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
292.5. Bar no good. Felix William Thompson, get ready.
$292.5 kilos in the bar for Tate Commander from Canada. 17.5 kilo jump. 5 kilo personal best on deadlift should he make this, and a match total personal best.
Yeah, very nice attempt there from the Canadian, and 3 white lights. That is good lift with plenty in the tank going into his third lift.
Get ready.
Now our only lifter without a total secured quite yet in this flight, Phoenix Whelan Thompson from Ireland. It's gone up 20 kilos anyway. The weight was comfortable, just got 2-1 a no lift with yellows for, I think, just ever so slightly beating that down command. So let's see if this wasn't too of a risky strategy and getting on the board. certainly listens out for this time round.
Yeah, he does 3 white lights, and the 20-kilo jump strategy has paid off. I mean, you would always expect the second lift to be good, but still a risky strategy. But nonetheless, he listens in for that down command and a good lift from the Irishman.
Lautaro Antonuccio from Argentina, 300 kilos, has taken a 30-kilo jump from his opening attempt. Pretty sizable jump here, even in the 105s. That makes easy work of it.
Yeah, it really does. Again, like pulling conventional, it does take a lot out of the central nervous system, and you know, clearly he's used to doing those jumps in training, and it's working for him today in the competition.
Yeah, he does get a red from this side. Not quite happy with the lockout, but it's going to remain in good lift. Mark Jason Galiran from the Philippines, taking a 27.5 kilo jump to 302.5 for his second attempt. This would be a total personal best and just shy of his best ever deadlift. And it certainly doesn't look like an easy jump, but he manages to lock it out. 2-to-1, a good lift. And perhaps feeling like that's his top end based on his face coming off the platform.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, again, big weights on the bar here. And sometimes you get to the end of the competition and energy is just gone.
Samuel Andrew O'Hare from Singapore, 312.5 kilos. $27.5 kilo jump. This is for a 5 kilo personal best on total and a matched deadlift PB. Some 3 white lights.
Yeah, a really good attempt from the Singaporean there, and he's had a great day.
Get ready.
Four second attempts remaining in this B group. Tiaki Freeman from New Zealand, 315 kilos, a 15 kilo jump to be a 5 kilo personal best on total. Just 5 shy of his deadlift personal best. Oh, and that is lovely. And I still think he's well capable of getting in that top 10, you know.
Yeah, he really is. He's had a great day. I'm actually loving his energy today. He's looked like he's really enjoyed the competition and brought every kilo he's got to the platform with 1 remaining deadlift left. I'm sure a few more to be added to that total to finish off.
Rick Brune from the Netherlands to come out for his second attempt now, taking a 15 kilo jump to 320. This is a match deadlift PB. This weight will remain on the bar for the following 2 lifters in this flight.
He locks it out. And 3 white lights, a good lift for the Dutchman.
Bar loaded. Flex leaders, get ready.
Alexander Chmelo from Slovakia taking 20 kilo jumps to 320 for his second attempt. This will be for a 10 kilo total personal best.
Yeah, lovely second attempt there, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
Flex leaders, Belgium, 320 again. Bar loaded. Next out, Andres London Osorio.
320 kilos on the bar for Breck Leenders from Belgium. Our final second attempt in this flight. And still so incredibly easy for him. 3 white lights, a good lift and a new personal best, if you could believe that.
The third round of Deadlift 1B group starts with Andres London Osorio, Chile, 25. Eagles to Gatson Island, get ready.
And as we head into the final round of deadlifts for this B group, everybody now in and on the board with a total, looking to push as far as they can in this final round of deadlifts. Rick Brunn leading with 320 on body weight ahead of Leenders and Schmello. Of course, they're going to put as much as they can on their deadlift in that third round, try and get as close to the A group as possible, but having to do so blind. Andres Landon Osorio from Chile retaking 285.
Yeah, hopefully he can step it up a gear for this third and final attempt.
Yeah, it looks a lot better, just struggles with that lockout, however.
300 kilos for India Jackson, Island. 7 attempts to change the openers of the A group. Take them on the left, get ready.
Emils Jakobsen from Ireland
Bar loaded.
looking for a 7.5 kilo jump to 300. This will be a personal best on deadlift, big milestone as we've spoken about before.
Yeah, he locks it out. And 3 white lights, a good lift for the Irishman's third and final deadlift.
Take them on there, Canada. Mark Jason Gonoran, get ready.
Tate Commander from Canada coming out next for his final attempt of the day.
Bar loaded.
Making a 12.5 kilo jump to 305, and this would be a personal best deadlift and total for Tate.
Very solid third attempt there from the Canadian. And 3 by lights, a good lift. What a great final pull.
5 attempts to change the openers for the A group. 305 now from Mark Jason Golano, Philippines. Philippines William Thompson, get ready. 305 will be a match personal best for Mark Jason.
Mark Jason Galliran from the Philippines out now, jumping 2.5 kilos as suspected. Felt like he was at his top end with that second attempt, choosing to come out, try and match his personal best deadlift anyway.
Absolutely, and it wouldn't be an unusual position to find an extra gear and really pull it out on this third and final attempt.
Yeah, I think he was trying to mentally prepare himself and started hearing the ticking of the clock go down and realised he didn't have quite as much time as he'd probably wanted to, but he definitely emptied the tank on that second.
That would be a 7.5 kg personal best for Phoenix.
Seven deadlifts remaining in this fight before we head through to the A group. First up we have Phoenix Whelan Thompson from Ireland. Missed his opener for jumping a command, went up 20 kilos anyway, and it worked out well for him. Now jumping 15 kilos for a 310 final pull for a deadlift personal best by 7.5 kilos. It's a great end to the day for Whelan Thompson.
Yeah, absolutely, and it all paid off in the end, taking the jumps as required. He pulls that weight and looks like he's finished the day happy. Great last deadlift attempt there from the Irishman.
Get ready. 3 attempts to change openers for the A group.
Rick Brun from the Netherlands coming out for his final attempt now, looking for a personal best on his deadlift and on his total. Has jumped 5 kilos from his second attempt, 325 on the bar.
No, not today, unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy, but a valiant third attempt there.
Lateral Toulouse, same weight, 325. Jackie Freeman, get ready. 2 more attempts to change openers for the A group. 325 will be a 15 kg personal best. Bar loaded.
We now have Lautaro Antonuccio from Argentina. 325 kilos on the bar, a 25 kilo jump. Jumped 30 kilos from his first to his second. Before a deadlift and total PB.
Oh, what a pull, what a third pull, no.
Just loses the grip there at the top, unfortunately, but what a fantastic effort to be able to do so.
Jackie Freeman, New Zealand. This will be a 5 kg personal best. This is also the last attempt to change openers for the A group. Bar loaded.
Tiaki Freeman from New Zealand, 325 kilos, 10 kilo jump for a huge 795 total, and this certainly will put him in a good position overall, despite the A group to follow, and a lot of support from Team New Zealand in the crowd.
Oh, and he locks it out.
Great end there for Tiaki.
And three white lights.
Lift. 3 white lights, and he's had such a phenomenal day.
He really has. Very well deserving of that third deadlift and brought great energy to this platform in this flight.
Samuel Andrew, Singapore, get ready. This will be a 7.5 kilo personal best by Alexander Schmeller from Slovakia.
Alexander Schmelo from Slovakia, 332.5 for his final attempt. 12.5 kilo jump to be a personal best on deadlift and on total, and the bar is loaded. Certainly was the right number on the bar. And 2 to 1, good lift.
Same weight, 332.5 for Samuel Andrews, Singapore. Flash leaders, get ready. The bar needs to be brushed. Yes. No, just brushing the bar.
2 deadlifts remaining in this flight before we head through to the A group. And just on hold currently, jury in discussion. Just checking the weight on the bar.
It's loaded. We need Alexander Schmeller at the table, please.
I think there was a misload for the lifter before for Schmeller.
Yeah, so it is, the bar is actually loaded to 327, not 332.
Please, voters, load the next one, 332. You're missing a weight. That's that side.
Yeah, so we've seen this a couple of times already, and what that means is they get the option to retake, or they take the lower weight that they pulled. I think, as you said, it was 327, not 332. You can see the weights on the bar being changed now for the next lifter, Andrew O'Hare, which is meant to be 332. So the weight was meant to be the same for the 2 lifters. You see the extra 5 kilos being added on now. Like we said, there are a lot of people it has to go through before the bar is called. It's not just the spotters, you know, there's the TC, and the coach should definitely keep their eye out for that as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of joint responsibility, as you say, Amelia. The coaching team and lifter will be given the option to retake at 332, or they will be awarded 327.
And they're making that decision now. You can see the coach talking to the jury member now. And the thing is, because we're so close to the end of deadlifts, it will come very soon, which means they will get given a few minutes on the clock in which they have to complete the lifting. So he's going to get another attempt. And it looks like he's going to be taking the attempt at the end of the round. So it'll be in a couple minutes' time. And as I was saying, he has a few minutes in which he has to complete the lift. I think it might be 3 minutes. We'll have to see where that ends up. But for now, Samuel Andrew O'Hare from Singapore, 332.5. A 20 kilo jump, has had to wait a little longer than anticipated. Let's hope he can gear up for it. Yeah, legs just straightened out a little too early there, unfortunately.
3:35 for French leaders, Belgium. Alexander Schmello, get ready. This will be a 15-kilo personal best for French leaders.
Breckenders now from Belgium, giving himself, like we said, we saw a 330 deadlift in the C group. This would be even bigger than that with 335 on the bar, trying to get as close as he can to those A group lifters. It'll be a tough job to get onto the podium. They really are some big deadlifters in their next flight, but this is for a huge personal best for Leenders nonetheless, and take him over the 800 kilo total mark. That is a great fight. Gets the down command. Unfortunately, just not locked out to the satisfaction of the jury.
Alexander Schmello, Slovakia, taking his fourth and final attempt.
And as we were saying before about Alexander Schmello, he has the opportunity to retake, and they've chosen to do so. So because there's only been a couple of minutes since then, essentially what happens is they put 2 minutes on the clock, and he has to complete the lift within that time, so a little longer than otherwise. But the thing is, he has made 3 deadlift attempts now, and so his energy levels are going to be tanked, especially because this is a top-end deadlift for him anyway. So the bar is loaded. He doesn't have to come out straight away. He can choose to utilize the whole 2 minutes you can see up here on the board, and I think it would be smart to do so. Perhaps come out with 30 seconds left.
Absolutely. He's obviously got to, regain himself, not just physically but mentally. But he's clearly ready to make this attempt.
Chosen to come out immediately, which he didn't have to. Like we said, look at the clock. There's a minute and a half left, but here he comes. Got 3:27.5 in his third attempt. Now for his technical fourth attempt, 3:32.5 for a personal best. Can he find the energy to do it one more time? And the crowd is behind him, but it's just too much. His energy too drained.
Yeah, a valiant attempt. Again, the decision that him and the coaching staff had to make. He would have been awarded 3:27.5 should he not have attempted to make that, but he will now not register his technically fourth but third attempt.
And that concludes the B flight. In the B flight, Tiaki Freeman leading the deadlifts with 3:25, and separated by body weight in second and third, Brun and Leenders. Schmello just behind with his second attempt. We're going to head through now to the A group, where we will find out who will walk away in deadlift gold, silver and bronze, but most importantly in gold, silver and bronze overall. And you can see here deadlift openers that will already take the podium: 3:25, 3:37.5 and 3:40. It's going to be a huge fight there at the top. Joaquin Barrios from Uruguay, 260 kilos.
Again, before the energy builds up in the room here, we will hope for a fairly uneventful opening round, hoping that all these athletes register.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, thinking back to the bench press, of course, we had that drama with Stegakis, who is favourite to win, and still on prognosis there's a big gap separating him, 20 kilos, as I believe he's upped his opener just ever so much. So it'll be a big hill to climb. He doesn't want to make any mistakes, especially after a very tricky bench session. Yannick Kerain from Germany, 285 on the bar.
Yeah, solid opening attempt there from the German, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
295 for fellow German mountain master. Anthony Hill, get ready.
$295 kilos now for Martin Bresser for Germany. It's not a million miles off. Should anybody above him make any mistakes, he can capitalize and push for a podium position for sure. Currently Mendy and Hill above him on prognosis.
Yeah, absolutely all to fight for here. Team points at stake. And we don't hope to see any mistakes, but it can always happen, and that will shake up the entire standings.
Already this would be a 2.5 kilo personal best on his total for Brester with his opening attempt, and with plenty left in the tank.
Yeah, 3 white lights for the German, good lift.
Anthony Hill, Australia, 300 kilos. And get ready. Loaded.
Anthony Hill from Australia coming up for his opening attempt now, 300 kilos. As I mentioned just before, currently sitting in 4th place overall, just off the podium behind Mendy from Great Britain. Very smooth opener for Hill. 3 white lights, a good lift. Gotcha, Nicolas Iravalo Pena from Chile, 305 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, speedy opening attempt there, and let's wait for this right-hand side referee.
3 white lights, a good lift. Gave a thumbs up to the side referee, trying to coax his decision, but I don't think there would have ever been anything wrong with that. Carson Wolf from Australia, opening at 305 kilos.
Yeah, solid opening attempt there from the Australian, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
Get ready. Loaded.
Andres Castillon del Campo from Spain, opening at 310 kilos. Very comfortable opener from Castellón del Campo, and a good lift, 3 white lights.
3 more minutes to go. 3:25 to GB and Peter Mendy. Nathaniel Messiah, get ready.
Three openers remaining. And next out for the opening attempt from Great Britain, Peter Mendy, and he barely has broken a sweat all day with the 6 attempts we have seen. Now opening with 325 kilos in a strong position for podium overall.
Yeah, has had a great day so far and seems to be really enjoying this platform. And no doubt we will see great deadlifting through this session.
And again, so comfortable, plenty to push there into his second and third, and nobody above him is going to want to make too many mistakes at this point.
No, absolutely not. And this is, you know, a really great performance from, you could argue, an underdog in the class, hitting all its attempts and forcing others to make mistakes and snatching places where required.
Absolutely, particularly as everybody ahead of him is looking forwards. You know, he can defend that bronze and hope that a mistake is made, but hoping that a mistake isn't made, of course, is our next athlete out. Had a little mishap with bench after a communication with Nathaniel during the break where we thought the 20 kilo jump was a little bit strange, and turns out the wrong number was put in. It was meant for the third attempt and they put in the 20 kilo jump for the second. So very lucky that Messiah got that bench.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, he executed it like a pro, and we move on. Not a mistake we want to see again on deadlifts.
And I doubt we will. Nathaniel Messiah from Great Britain, 337.5, has a mammoth pull that got him, at the end of the day, the win last year. Can he do the same this year? It's a big hill to climb, but if anyone can, it's Nathaniel Messiah. 2-1, a good lift.
Final opener, Regan Sagakis, Denmark, 340 kilos.
Now the issue with being such a good deadlifter and trying to close a gap is that you have to end up pulling over the world record in order to close that gap, and he has done before. But the person who holds the world record is the person he's going head-to-head with here. Regan Sagakis, after an extremely eventful bench press, just getting his third attempt in, and a huge sigh of relief from him and the crowd. Upped his opener, I believe, ever so slightly, 340. The world record is his at 366.
It is from Malta last year.
Let's see if he can first secure his total and then the win. And
Very
that is dangerous.
Yeah.
3 white lights, Regan Sagakis is on the board.
And that must be a big relief to hear for him after the bench session he had. He's on the board. Now there is no further risk. He can just push. And he is already 12.5 kilos below the world junior total record with that opening pull.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure he will slightly relax into it now. He's got his opening pull, and I'm sure we are about to see a battle had.
Absolutely, especially now all competitors are on the board with a total. They move forward now. And you can see 20 kilos does separate Sagakis and Messiah as it stands. And then 40 kilos, Messiah and Mendy. The much closer is Mendy and Hill. But we will see, as there's such big pullers, how that pans out and how close they end up. Joaquin Barrios from Uruguay, 270.
Yeah, solid second pull there. 3 white lights, a good lift.
300 from Yannick Delay, 15 kilo jump. Latin Western, get ready.
Very obvious to many of you at home, but the jumps are so big in this class that the coaching team are going to have to be on it, as one missed lift here can change the game entirely.
Yeah, and I can't see really much changing unless somebody makes a miss. Like, the gaps are so big that if everybody is successful, we won't see too much in the first two of position changes. But if somebody does miss, like you said, that absolutely is a door wide open.
Absolutely, and it only takes one coaching team maybe trying to take a punt from fourth into third that then spooks another team, and hopefully we don't see that, but again, we have seen stranger things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's who has the strength and who has the nerve and resolve as well. Yannick Perrine from Germany, 300 kilos, a 15 kilo jump.
And 3 what likes a good lift from the German.
20 kilo jump, 550 personal best on the line. Anthony Neal, Australia, get ready.
Martin Brester from Germany. Oh, sorry, Martin Brester from Germany obviously just went as a successful lift. We have now Anthony Hill from Australia, 322.5 kilos. No, I was right. I'm a bit confused. The board just changed there and it said it was a successful lift, but it was meant to be Brester out.
Yeah, actually it was. The two Germans were following on from each other.
Yeah, but I think the board just put it successful. The German coach coming out unhappy now, saying, I mean, it was given to him successfully, albeit he has not put in for a successful second attempt. So we just need a correction. It will be Martin Brester out for 315 next.
So back to 315.
There we go. And I thought after a long couple of weeks I was losing my mind, but no, I was right. I hadn't seen Brester yet.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, just a little technical error there. German nearly got away with a free lift, but not. So it will be reloaded to 315, as Amelia says, for the German to come out and take that attempt.
So 315 for Martin Brester.
Now 315 on the bar for Martin Brester. This is a match personal best. No, it is a personal best on deadlift. The board just a little wrong now as it thinks it was a successful attempt already, and let's hope it is anyway. I can't imagine anything else. The 295 is very comfortable. 20 kilos on top of that here, and looking to push closer to that bronze medal overall.
Yeah, raises the bar, and 3 white lights, a good lift for Martin Brester there from Germany.
Anthony Neal, Australia, 322.5. And same way for Carson Wolf, also Australia.
And now we have Anthony Hill from Australia taking a 22.5 kilo jump, 322.5 on the bar. 7.5 kilos off his personal best.
Yeah, really solid second attempt there from the Australian, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
Same weights, 322.5. Bars loaded for Carson Wolf. Está arriba Lucena. Bars loaded.
Carson Wolf from Australia jumping to 322.5 kilos for his second attempt.
Good second attempt there. He looks happy, and so are the referees with 3 white lights.
325 from Bastian Nicolas Arevalo Pena, Chile. 20 kilo jump. Next out, Andrés Castellón del Campo, España.
Bastian Nicolas Arevalo Pena now coming out for his second attempt. 325 kilos on the bar, a 20 kilo jump. Just shy of his total PB by 2.5 kilos should he get this.
Followed it.
Struggles a little bit with that lockout, but it is a good lift, 2-1. Gets a blue from that center referee. Jury are reviewing it, so we'll have a look at that in the replay. You can see the lockout a little bit easier, and the blue would have been for assisting the bar with your legs, but jury seem happy with it. Andrés Castellón del Campo from Spain, 332.5, 22.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Solid second attempt there from the Spanish, and 3 white lights. A good lift with plenty of room there to build into a big third.
Great Britain. This would be a match personal best. Provisional squat gold in class. Provisional deadlift gold, excuse me. Next out, Nathaniel Messiah.
3 openers remaining. The first of the 3. We have Peter Mendy from Great Britain. Sorry, 3 second attempts remaining. 352.5 for Mendy. This is a match personal best should he get this. And a huge total PB, and getting dangerously close to that world junior record of 366. And still looking pretty comfortable for the British lifter, and a good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, absolutely. Having a great day, continuing that momentum forward, and will build into a big third attempt.
Absolutely, and he's making it a much harder job for Hill or Brester to push for that bronze overall, and trying to close the gap between himself and Messiah as well.
Get ready.
Now coming out for 360 kilos, we have Nathaniel Messiah from Great Britain. This is just 6 kilos under the world junior deadlift record that belongs to Regan Stogakis, who is to follow him. Nathaniel Messiah's personal best is 366.5, so we know he's at least hit above the world record before, and he's going to put on the bar what he needs. This will take him to a total of 895, 15 kilos off the total record in the juniors. And still moving with extreme speed. 3 white lights, a good lift, and the game is on.
Now Regan Stogakis, Denmark, 362.5. It's a 22.5 kilo jump.
Yeah, an impressive second lift there from Nathaniel. I'm sure we are going to see the bar get loaded on the third and final attempt.
And now our final second attempt. As I alluded to before, he was very close to that world junior total record of 9:10. looking to extend that here by 5 kilos in his second attempt, and within reaching distance of his own junior deadlift record. Regan Stegakis from Denmark, 362.5 on the bar for a new world junior total record. Looking to make the gap too big for Messiah to chase. And again, it is a lovely second attempt. And a new world junior total record for Stegakis. And he seems okay, just loses his balance a little bit after that. He's on his feet, and that is a new world record for Stegakis. And as it stands in the deadlifts, Mendy with deadlift bronze, Messiah in silver, and Stegakis just ahead in gold. And you can see as it stands with the totals, Stegakis with a new record, 9:15. We have just 20 kilos behind Messiah. Like we said, that could be one missed lift. And Mendy, 860, making the gap a pretty big hill to climb for Anthony Hill from Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at it from the Australians' point of view now, there's a bit of attack and defence going on, so they're going to have some tough decisions to make as we go through this third lift.
And the bar is loaded for Joaquin Barrios from Uruguay, 280 kilos.
Yeah, a great third attempt here. He locks it out, and 3 white lights from the referees. A good third and final attempt there.
Now back-to-back Germans on the platform. 3:12.5 for Yannick Galain. This will be a 5 kg personal best.
$312.5 kilos being loaded on the bar for Yannick Kairin from Germany for a new personal best in deadlift and in total.
Bar loaded for Yannick Kairin.
Bar crosses his knees, he locks it out.
3 white lights, a good lift, new personal best.
Next up on the platform, also from Germany, Martin Brester, 322.5. 7.5 kilo jump for that same amount on the personal best. Provisional 5th position in the class. Bastian Nicolas Areveropena, Chile, get ready.
Followed now by his teammate, who at 20 years old has really pushed some of these more experienced lifters, and 3 more years in the juniors is going to do amazing things. Sitting in 5th overall in a very competitive class. 322.5 for Martin Brester from Germany. This would end him in an 840 total.
Yeah, very impressive at the age of 20. I'm sure big things to come. I mean, already up there, as you say, Amelia, punching it in the top 5 here. No, the bar just slipping out of that right hand. Not today, unfortunately.
But like we said, a very, very bright future ahead of him, with a lot of these lifters aging out this year. It's a bright future and an exciting one at that for him, I imagine, next year. Bastian Nicolas Arevalo-Pena from Chile. 335 kilos, a 10 kilo jump. This would match his personal best on deadlift and land him an 820, a 7.5 kilo personal best in total. So put him provisionally in 6th overall. Like we said, team points very important, as well as podium positions.
Unfortunately not today from the athlete from Chile, just a little bit too heavy there.
Next up on the platform from Australia, Carson Wolf, 337.5. 15 kilo jump, 2.5 kg personal best in the deadlift. This is for 4th position in the deadlift event.
Just 6 deadlifts remaining, and they are all absolutely mammoth in size. We have Carson Wolf from Australia coming out next, 337.5 for his final attempt.
Gets stuck at the knees, unfortunately no lift there for the Australian.
His fellow Australian now on the platform, Anthony Neal.
We have 5 deadlifts remaining, and 4 of those will be pulling for position overall.
The 7 kilo PB in total. This will give him provisional 4th position in the deadlift, but more importantly, provisional 3rd.
First up, we have Anthony Hill from Australia. This will pull him onto the podium for the time being, knocking Mendy off, who is to follow. And I imagine GB looking on to see if they have to change that attempt to something a little bit safer if Hill is to get this. Anthony Hill from Australia, 345 on the bar, 22.5 kilo jump. To be a huge personal best if he's to get it. Trying to pull onto the podium overall. Bronze provisionally, 870 total. And he manages to break the floor, but I'm a little worried. He locked it out. I'm worried there's a dip, but we'll have a look for the lights, and unfortunately...
Yeah, he's been called.
Yeah, you can see the 2-1 there, the Blues for that dip, which we'll have a look at in the replay here. And I'll be very surprised if it's turned over.
Yeah.
And the coach goes to the jury. Anyway, why wouldn't you? But I think that shall remain a no lift, which means Mendy looks like he's in a much safer position to put what he wants in the bar, because nobody else is going to be chasing for that bronze.
Yeah, absolutely. It does create a nice situation for Peter Mendy coming up.
Andres Castellón del Campo, 347.5 kilos for his final attempt. This will pull him into 5th overall. And a great final pull for the Spaniard. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Is in 5th position. 3 more deadlifts to go. They're all massive. Next lift out from GB.
And the next 3 attempts you will see will all be world record attempts. It's only up from here. And with Mendy having secured the bronze overall, as I said, they have the freedom to put what they want on the bar, and what they want is the world record.
And absolutely with no pressure, obviously it's a world record, but with third secured, why wouldn't you have a crack?
There's absolutely nothing to lose here. Like you said, already with that bronze position overall secured, this would give him an 874 total, but more importantly, for how long it stands, we don't know. It would give him the world record deadlift. And the bar is being brushed down now for him. And the bar is loaded for Peter Mendy, Great Britain, 366.5 kilos for a new World Junior deadlift record. Already bronze medal secured overall. Can he take that record from Stagakis? The crowd is behind him, chanting his name. One last pull of the day to write his name in the history books.
And it's moving.
And he manages to lock it out. Did he hold on to it solidly enough? 3-1
Yes!
A good lift and a new world record and another GB backflip.
Next lifter out from Denmark, Regin Sergakis.
Wow, look at that. The height he got on that deadlift, on that backflip.
What a great day to close out from Peter. Very well deserved.
Absolutely, and the record is his, but how long it will stay with him, I'm not so sure. We have two athletes still pushing for it now, and some huge numbers. If Stagakis misses this, Messiah has a chance to pull ahead. It will be a huge pull, but he has the chance to do so. Who will walk away with the record and the world title? In a couple minutes' time, you will know. The bar is being brushed down, as it is between every third attempt, but a little extra care here for these world records. And the bar
370 for a World Junior deadlift record, a World Junior total
is
record, the lead in the class
loaded.
5.
Regin Stagakis from Denmark, 370 kilos for a new World Junior deadlift and total record. And to make it a little too hard to catch him, trying to protect his crown, his last year as a junior. And look at how easy that is.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, but unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift.
Regin Sergakis
If we have a look at that in the replay, just
still in the lead with 9.
not happy with that lockout. Let's have a look at that in the replay. The jury are looking at it as well.
Messiah, Great Britain, 380.5. The pool for deadlift gold.
Still being discussed by the jury, and it's in overrule to a good lift. That is a new world record for Stagakis.
922.5. So the 10 change has stayed in.
And so we're seeing an attempt change go in, and Messiah is going for the win. He is not letting it go that easy. He has already secured silver. He loses nothing by this. Absolutely huge amount of weight. This would be a World Junior total and deadlift record and take the crown off of Stagakis. So much is on this deadlift, and you can see how amped up Messiah is getting for it.
922.5 for Regin Sergakis.
He's done it once before last year to become 93 kilo junior world champion. Can he do it this year? Become 105 junior world champion. We're about to find out. You can see everybody getting on their feet right now.
If anyone can do it, Nathaniel can.
Everything on the line for the Italian Messiah. He's going all out.
And after such an eventful fight, all the way squats through deadlift, this will answer the question, who will walk away world champion? Nathaniel Messiah, Great Britain, 388 kilos on the bar for a new World Junior deadlift total record and for the win overall. Can he pull once again into pole position? And he gets it moving, but it's just too heavy this time round. But what a valiant effort from Messiah. Regan Stagakis is your junior world champion for 2 years in a row. And what an exciting end to an incredible fight. And we'll just have a look at where that leaves us in deadlift bronze. Nathaniel Messiah with 360. In silver, held the record momentarily, 366.5 from Great Britain, Peter Mendy. And with deadlift gold and a new junior deadlift record, 370 from Denmark, Regan Stagakis. And overall, your bronze medalist from Great Britain with 874, Peter Mendy. Your silver medalist from Great Britain with 895, Nathaniel Messiah. And your 2-time junior world champion from Denmark with a new total record, Regan Stagakis, 922.5. We're going to head straight to the medal ceremony now, so please do stick around and we'll join you at 2 p.m. local time for the next flight.
will be filled out by Robert Keller, the Secretary General of the IPF, and Mr. Dietmar Wolf, Vice President of the IPF. We will start the awards by the squad event. Bronze medalist of the squad event for the best attempt of 322.5 from Great Britain, Nathaniel Messiah. Squad silver, 325 from Germany, Martin Brester. Squad gold, 332.5 from Denmark, Regan Stogakis. Thank you guys. We now with the bench press event. Bench press bronze with 205 from Australia, Anthony Hill. Silver medalist of the bench press event with 212.5 from Great Britain, Nathaniel Messiah. And with a PB attempt of 220 from Denmark, Regan Stogakis, bench gold. Thank you. The deadlift events with 360. Deadlift bronze goes to GB and Nathaniel Messiah. With 360.5 from Great Britain, deadlift silver, Peter Mendy. And with a new world junior record of 370, deadlift gold from Denmark, Regan Stogakis. final placing. Bronze medalist of the 105 junior with 874 from GB, Peter Mendy. Silver medalist, vice champion of the world with 895 from Great Britain, Nathaniel Messiah. And the 2025 IBF World Junior 105 champion with 922.5, a new world junior record from Denmark, Regan Storgakis. Now I'm going to ask everyone in the audience to please stand up for the national anthem of Denmark. Congratulations once again to all the 105s. Thanks for the performance. Thanks to all of the referees that I appreciated during that session. Thanks to the starters. We'll be back at 2 for the next session. And please be on the technical controller, lads. One last round of applause for all of the 105s.